Hello, hello, and welcome to the Wednesday dev stream. Hello, Warwick. Howdy, howdy. Today we're going to be working on the Sea Temple interior that we were about to start on last stream. I believe the last time I streamed. And then my wife went into labor in the next 24 hours. And so this is the first time back since our new baby boy. And let's see, let's dive right in. Excited to be back, excited to rock. Thank you. Thank you, Grippy Game. Okay, so first we need, I don't know, we were working on the Sea Temple Atlas. So I'm going to open Photoshop and see if that's in our recents. And then I just need to check out that file. Let's see, I'm going to call this like loc update. I'll go ahead and submit this just so we don't have anything in our change list. And then we're going to head into our textures folder. I believe that's where it's going to be. And type in, check for Sea Temple text. That might be it, but that might also be the exterior. Okay, yeah, so that's the exterior, which we've already checked in. I'll check the recent files. Let's see, library capsule, forestry, definitely not here. Sea Temple interior text, that's what it's going to be. Cool. All right, so there it is. So it's Sea Temple. Oh, Sea Temple interior. It's not showing up here. I wonder why. Let's see. File save as. Where did I put it? I put it in, oh, concepts interior. That's Sea Temple interior text. That's weird. Did I really save it into concepts? Because that would be very stupid. Let's see. Sea Temple interior. Yeah, I did save it into concepts. Okay, so that is foolish. I need to save as into our textures folder. So here we go. Into assets, textures. We'll call it Sea Temple interior text. Sea Temple interior text. All right, save. And then I'm going to go ahead and see if I ever checked in that interior texture in the concepts folder, because there's absolutely no reason to have that in version control. So concepts, it's probably going to be in interior, and let's go Sea Temple. There's Sea Temple interior and there's Sea Temple interior text. So I never checked it in. So I'll just go ahead and open that file. I'll delete the local file. Here we go. Yes. Cool. Okay, so now we should be ready to rock. Hey, Nanani, hello. I'd like to see the baby. Yeah, my wife doesn't let me show any of the children on stream. Although the baby would probably be pretty safe because I don't think he's going to be recognizable. And like 6 months newborns are pretty alien-y. But he's a dream baby. We thought our last one was an easy baby, but this one is a really easy baby. At least so far. He might change a lot. He's not even a week old yet, so. But oh my God, he sleeps so easy and he eats so easy. He just like eats, and then he just like is like, all right, I'm done, bro. And then he just goes to sleep, and it's like, and you don't have to hold him all the time. Like you can just put him in the bassinet, and he's just like, okay, signing off. Good night. Our last one, Ollie is his name. Our first one. He basically, if he was awake, he had to be held when he was an infant, and actually all the way up until he was like, I don't know, 6 months. He pretty much, if he was awake, he had to be held. Otherwise, he was crying. And if he was held, he was usually pretty happy. But so far, it's going pretty well. Pretty well. Warwick asked, do you work off Unity? Yes, we use Unity here. James Hill says there's a guy called Tom Riddle that goes to the etchery. Should I be worried? Oh dear, oh dear. Hey, Nani says second babies are usually chill because parents are way more chill. Yeah, it's very possible. It's very possible. Jacqueline is doing really well. The delivery was not very straightforward. It's kind of a story, but baby was breech and he had to be C-sectioned. So she's recovering from that, but she's recovering really, really well. She can already go upstairs and stuff. So yeah, everything is going really, really well. We finally found a schedule. Well, we already found a schedule that works for us. Baby cluster feeds all night, but so Jacqueline wasn't sleeping, but now I'm staying up all night long so I can feed the baby, and so Jacqueline can sleep, and that's working well for us so far. Yeah, she seems to be healing. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, Nani, you sound like you have children. You know what's up. You seem to have experience. Yeah, I know the baby will change so fast. Okay, so this was what we were working on, and we needed to get the... So we have all the pieces here, and then we are going to need to project this and model it. So I do need the concept open, so let's get that concept open. Don't seem to have the concept here, so I'll just open it over on this side. So it should be C, temple interior. Let's crack that guy open so we can actually see what we're working with. I have no children, but live by proxy through all my friends. Gotcha, gotcha. Get handed babies a lot when reprieve is needed, I see. All right. James says, hope you're wearing sunscreen today. What? Especially because we're working on the sea temple. All right, so these ones, yeah, they should be in... Wait, what was my plan for these? Oh, right, they needed to be animated. That's right. Okay, so they're going to have to be animated anyway, so Jacqueline's going to have to draw them. We've got our platform. Just trying to get my bearings here. I think we have just about everything we need. Maybe these little things, these little spout things should be like extracted so that we can just kind of place them. I think that would probably be for the best. Yeah, let's do that. So let's see, what layer is this one on? Let's do auto select. Oh, this is like a color layer. I'll just turn that off. And then we'll get this layer. Here we go. Okay. We'll go with contiguous. And then I'm going to make a new layer up here, and we'll just call this like spout. And then we'll flood fill that with the color. And now we have this little spout here. It's pretty janky, but I'll just paint a little bit just so it has kind of has these like really janky outlines here. Something like that. And then Jacqueline will make it pretty. All right, so here are the spouts, and I'll go ahead and put one spout on each spout. This spout, this one is just really for placeholder location. Actually, you know what we'll do? I'll just take the spout and I'll just put it on the side here. Maybe up in the corner there. And now we can draw the spout. All will be well. Okay, we do unfortunately need to extend this upward. So we've got like a color adjustment layer. That's a bummer. Oh, that makes it hard. Okay. It's all in different layers, which can be a little bit tricky because we do need the top of this because we don't have any guarantees that, you know, the camera is going to cut right off here. We want to give ourselves some leeway. So I guess we'll start with these arches. Let's just get this done real quick. Come on, let's go. Let's go. So I have to finish this arch. Oh man. This is borderline drawing. Never a good idea for me. I'll just really get the rough shape of it, and then with the lasso. Oh my God, look at that. I already made it lopsided. Okay. And then I'll just draw this. And this will have a lot of tolerance because Jacqueline can always go in and draw over this. Although I have to be a little bit conscious. I don't want to leave her with too much drawing in general because she just doesn't have that much time. She's pretty much done all her work and now we just need to finish the game. But she is going to have a pass on this texture. Okay. Yeah, that looks a little janky. It's fine though. Okay. And then, yeah, it looks really janky actually. So I will use this. We'll try this. Oh, this is all part of the same. All right, whatever. Okay, so I'm just going to Control J off the top of this and then just move that one over here. Look at that. So wrong. It's just not going to work. Okay, let me just make a new one here. This one I'll do a little bit differently. I'll just sort of extend this line like this. And then I'll flood fill with the color there. And then I'll do the same thing over here. All the way up to the top here. Just something to start from, just so we know where this thing is gonna, how far up we need to go with this thing. Something on my monitor here. Okay. That looks so wonka tonka. I'll just try to warp it a little bit because it really does look messed up. Okay. Crazy how ugly that is. This looks like it needs to be cut in. I'll turn on the smoothing a little bit higher and just cut into that, hoping that we can take some of that wonk out because it just really does look very wrong here. Oh, that's cutting in significantly. Ah! Yeah, Jacqueline will have to smooth that out. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. Okay, catch up there. Unique. It is better than what you usually get by default when you do computer art. You get like the laser beam. It is better that it looks a little bit hand painted, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't look so wobbly. We don't want to look like a kid drew it. Many people do say Glimmerwick looks like an illustrated children's book, which hopefully they're talking about the good ones, because as someone who has read many illustrated children's books very recently and constantly every day, I will say there are a lot of really bunk ass looking illustrated, just like so many super ugly children's books that are just like, oh my God, that is like the most grossest, especially the older ones, like the classic ones. A lot of them have really what I would consider very ugly illustration. It's like super airbrushy and soft and like just not very good. Some of the old ones are really good, like Frog and Toad is like watercolor, and Frog and Toad is awesome. Okay, so I'll just go up a little bit on this, just finish these up. Okay, there we go. We'll do the same thing on this other side here. Just finish up the shape here, just so it goes a little higher. And it won't necessarily be on screen, but we just want that leeway there in case we do need to have it on screen. So now I just need to turn on this color layer that we had going on here. There it was. And then, so it really floods over everything, which that's kind of going to be a problem. We'll call this like color shader or something. What color cover? Color cover. Lemony or Matilda? I feel like I must have read Matilda. I don't know about Lemony though. Okay, so let's see. What about this layer? All right, so let's finish up this. Let's put a new layer underneath this. The faster I can get this done and get to projecting, the better, because Jacqueline does this stuff way better than me. The only reason why I need to do it at all is because we do need to know, like she needs to know what parts I actually need for the projection. So that's why I just have to finish up this. Like I need to tell her, you know, these tops need to be finished all the way to the top. And then I need some kind of guide to work with while I'm doing the projection. If I just tell her, yeah, finish up the top parts, then I start projecting. She might not necessarily draw them exactly where she might not necessarily draw them in a way that perfectly works with my projection mesh. So at least if I block it in, as long as she doesn't change the silhouette too much, then it usually should work just fine. So that's why I have to block this in with my hands. Okay, we got this little shaded part here, and that's about it. Let me do like a couple more of these. She's got these little dots. Do that. Do some more of those just to sort of finish up the pattern there. Okay, cool. And now we'll go on to this back part, which is just this like green color. And we will, I guess we can maybe just do some kind of like, oops, swoopy pattern, like from here to here might look cool. Oops. Yeah, something like that. I'll do another one here. Okay, let me chats. Can't remember how to spell Lemony Snicket. Yeah, I don't even think I've heard of that one. Okay, and then we'll do one more like here. Okay, here we go. And then I'll just sort of fill these in. Turn down the, oh, I already actually have the smoothing down pretty low. That's good. Then we'll fill all this in. Oops. Okay, go ahead and save that. Do the same thing with over on this side. Oops, I don't want to cover up the sort of lines that she already made. Not that they're super important, but just try to preserve as much of the original as I can. Okay. Nice. And then we do have these little shaded lines here that are very subtle, but I don't even know if you guys would be able to see them with the compression and everything. There are those little shaded lines right here. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So there we finished up the top, and now let's turn on the color cover. And I will just grab the, I guess the top of the color cover and just drag it up to cover all this stuff up here. There. And then I'm gonna, oops. See, this is not good. I don't want, it might be better. Well, it's on a lighten. Let's just turn it on normal. And then, oh man, see, it's like semi-opaque and stuff. It's really dicey. I'll try to, look, we've got this little line here, which is annoying. The only way to get rid of it, I don't even know how we're going to get rid of it. Yeah, it has like the transparency built in. So it might be easiest just to kind of duplicate this layer a few times until we get a solid opaque there. And that actually got rid of the line itself. And now we can change this to lighten, and then we can just reduce this to make it look like it did before. Okay. Now I'm going to turn it off, and we're just going to grab this and this. Actually, we'll smash this down here. We'll merge that down. So this and this, and then we also want the pillars and this. And I'll go to that color cover layer, which is right here, and we'll just apply a layer mask to it. See, that did not work because I missed one of the important layers, it seems like. Let's fill that with whites. Okay, yeah, that seems to be all of them. All right, cool. So now we just have that color where we need it. Okay. James asks, in the full game, when opening the world map, will players be able to see their location on it? No. No. We do not like the GPS marker in games. And it's very, I know it's very unusual and players expect it. What is going on here? Okay. Why can't I paint on this? Like, what's going on? Okay, it must be something on the upper layers. Let's see, let's grab this. No. All right, maybe in the mask, there we go. Yeah, I like the sort of mini game of figuring out where you are on the map using the landmarks. I know many players expect a GPS, and a lot of players even think it's a bug. They're like, or they think it's like an effort thing. Like, it's kind of frustrating. Like a lot of players will think, oh, they didn't get around to adding a GPS feature, or they didn't know how, or that it's a quality of life thing. It's not a quality of life thing. It fundamentally changes your relationship with the world, and it fundamentally changes the way that you use the map. Because like in real life, when you're using a map, I mean, now we're used to like Google Maps, but in real life, when you're using a map, you have to sort of look at the things on the map, and you have to sort of be more intimately aware of the geography of the map, and that's how you sort of understand your location in the world. And I really do feel like you end up paying more attention to the world, and you get a more intimate connection with the world when you don't have a GPS marker. And that's why we don't like to put GPS markers. It's really struggling here. There we go. Okay. So this, I'll just cover all this up. What is this right here? Here we go. Okay. Flood fill that. All right, there we go. And then we'll take this down to 30%. Cool. Okay. Dream A, hello. A random question. Of course you can ask a random question. I love random questions. All right, sweet. So I think that's just about all we need. I'm so excited to get projecting on this thing. I don't even think we have a Blender file in place for it yet. So I'm going to head over into our asset folder and our models, and in our blends, we should have some kind of interior that we can start with. I think I'll start with an interior that is, do I even need a starting point? You know what? Nah, I don't need a starting point. Let's just open Blender. So I'm just going to open up Blender. We're going to start from a new file. Here we go. Reload startup file. Okay. And then I just want to immediately save as C Temple Interior. C Temple Interior. For this project, I don't like to use remapping. It will never move location on the hard drive. Remapping relative. C Temple Interior, just going to make sure we're in the right folder here. There we go, save as Blender file. And if I don't do this right now, I almost certainly will forget. So just find our C Temple. Here, I'll refresh this. There. C temple. That's not it. Come on. Temple interior dot blend. There's our blend, and I'll add that to the change list. Okay. Dreamy says, I noticed you use spine 2D rigged sprite characters, which result in multi-rigged 2D sprites. How do they work in a 3D lit scene without relying on sorting groups to avoid Z-fighting on their limbs? Yeah, so, oh, thank you for the compliments on the game. I'm really glad you like it. It's really easy. In the spine component just has a Z offset. Yeah, it's really easy. I'll show you. Actually, I'll drop an exterior world. I need to do that anyway in a second. And that'll make it easier to see. Come on. I'll take a second to load in. There's just a little slider on the component that allows you to add Z offset to all of the limbs. Just waiting for exterior to load in. Hey, Koratora. So this is, you can see, if I look at it from the side, see how all the parts are just splayed out. And since they're always facing the camera, they don't, it's not an issue. You can't notice it. Because from the camera's perspective, you don't see anything. But in this little advanced thing, there's this little Z offset, and it just kind of splays out all of the parts. If I had it at 0, which it is by default, then yeah, we'd get Z fighting. But since I have it like that, then we don't get Z fighting. We actually did have a problem where when you have a lot of different, when you have a lot of like slots on your spine rig, it tends to get really thick. So you have to kind of like lower the Z values. And we did run into some issues where we were running into the sort of accuracy of the Z buffer, and we were getting Z fighting. What I did in the shader, and I wrote the shader, I don't use the spine shader that comes with the spine Unity runtime. I wrote my own, and what did I call it? Like Z, I called it cutout Z fight displace. So there's a Z fight displace, which in the vertex function of the shader, I just randomly offset every vert a little bit on its local normal, which it sounds kind of weird. And it's so subtle that you can't even really see it, but it actually really helps with, in case you ever do have two things that are almost right on top of each other, because there's that random offset on the verts, it's so unlikely that you're going to get Z fighting, because you got that little, in my hands here, you can imagine, if you randomly offset some of the verts, then they tend to not be right on top of each other. And if you do get Z fighting, it's only for one little sliver of area. So that's how we solve that too. But mostly this solves everything, just the Z offset. Dreamy says, if you offset them even by like 0.001, don't you get weird light artifacting when they overlap from the 3D lighting, or your custom lights maybe don't even cast shadows to do that? No, they don't. No, it's enough. It's enough of a Z offset. This is enough to not have any Z fighting. Yeah. Doesn't take much. Okay, so let's go into the UV editor and let's start working here. I'm so excited to work. It's only been like, gosh, my baby was born on Thursday, so I guess it's been almost a week. I did a little bit of work, but not fun work, just like admin, keeping up with stuff. This is really the first time I'm doing something fun, so it feels really good. All right, so this is called C Temple Interior. Oh, rock on, Dreamy. No worries at all. I mean, I like to blab, so it's fun. No way. That's crazy. Yeah, especially if I don't know if you're working on a game as well, Dream A, but yeah, it can be helpful if you're working on a similar game. This particular, this particular kind of game, the sort of 2D illustrations in a 3D world, it's kind of rare, right? So there's not a lot of people doing it. So I can imagine just knowing a little bit about how other people do it. If anyone has ever heard of the game Witchwood, which is a really awesome game made by our friends who we met at PAX. This is some screenshots for the game. It's a great looking game. We met at PAX. They're actually showing next door to us at the Indie Mega booth, just right in the next little stall. And they were making this game, and we had already known that we were going to be making Glimmerwick, so we were picking their brains on how they did stuff. And they used a middleware called Spine, which we had just kind of heard of at the time. And so actually that was part of our decision to use Spine. We were just like, oh, they use Spine, like it worked for their little like for their 3D pop-up illustrated games. So it's part of the reason why we used it as well. And now some people say like, oh, this game looks like Witchwood. I do think that it's similar in its sort of tech, and it's because it's so rare to have a game. I don't think the illustration style looks very much like Glimmerwick, but that sort of pop-up illustrated look is pretty rare. So oh, Rock on Koratora, very cool. Okay, so this is going to be C Temple, oops, C Temple interior underscore LD0. And then we'll add our plane. We're going to add our camera. And then I want the camera to be a perfect square. So I've got to change the render resolution to 1000 by 1000. And then I'll rotate this thing. Let's zero out the rotations. And I'll rotate this thing by 60 degrees. Okay. Rock on. Thank you, James. Okay, and then I'm going to change this to orthographic so that we don't get perspective. And then I should be able to look through the camera. And I will offset this thing by 1, just so we have the pivot at the bottom here. And I'll rotate up 60 degrees. And that will get us started on our interior. I will go copy the material from another interior. Oh, let's say Great Hall interior. Great Hall text, maybe? Great Hall text. What is it? Well, something text. And I'll filter just to material. Common room text. Sure, we'll do that one. Let's copy that. Oh, actually, we have a number of different common room texts. It looks like this is the right one. And we'll call this C Temple Interior Text. I'll copy that name. I wonder if Wildermyth used Spine. That's a good question. I do not know. Let's see. Yes, it does. According to Google AI Overview, which for something like this, I do trust, it says that it did use Spine. Spine is really dominating the sort of skeletal 2D animation world. And it's as far as I know, it's a fairly small company, and they really they knocked it out of the park. I feel like by keeping it, keeping it simple, not in a good way. Like they're just very focused on this one thing. They don't try to do a million different things. It's just like, this is skeletal 2D animation, and just has really clever runtimes. The runtimes just have so many. It's clearly made by people who really understand production, because there's so many different things about it, that so many decisions I feel like that were made, especially in the runtimes, that are just clearly made by people who really know how the kinds of things that you'll face and the kinds of things that you want as a serious, commercial game dev. It's very geared toward people who are making real games, which I appreciate. Like they don't try to, add a bunch of gimmicky things to like, it's just nice that the API is so simple and they sort of focus on the API. They expect you to use the API. They're not like trying to make things overly simple for people who don't know how to code or something like that. Sometimes I feel like people focus too much on hobbyists, maybe because there's so many more of them than people and than actual commercial devs. Okay, so this is the material name. And we head over here and paste that in. I feel like the modern game engines have this problem. Like for instance, Godot is, I think, made by people who maybe don't have quite as much experience making actual games. And the kinds of things they focus on are naturally going to be geared more towards hobbyists. If they're listening to their community, then they're going to be actively sort of catering to hobbyists, because for any game engine, it's like 98% of the community is going to be hobbyists, and only 2% are going to be commercial devs, or maybe not even commercial devs, but just game developers who are really shipping something. And if you sort of use the sort of numbers that things people are asking for, you're naturally going to get so many more hobbyists' interests than you are going to get commercial dev interests. I think that real-time global illumination is probably the best example of things hobbyists want that no real game developers want. No real game developer is, I shouldn't say no, there are a few, but most people who are really shipping games are not looking for a real-time global illumination solution. They're looking for a baked one. Let me bring our image in. So let's do C temple. Go textures, C temple interior text. Here we go. And then we got that in. Cool. Let's get rocking on this. I feel like if we bring this in, it's going to be a little bit mini, which isn't that big a deal, but I'll just scale it up a little just while we have the camera. While we're getting started here, we can, choose exactly how we want to do this. Okay, now orthographic, so let's go like 12. I'm just gonna scale it so that it's roughly, we need a little bit bigger. Let's go maybe 14. Still not quite big enough. Let's go 16. So I'm just trying to get this plane sort of perfectly aligned here. All right, let's start working on this thing now. So if I go into textured mode, here we can already get a simple start here. I'm wondering actually if, do we even want to go slanty like this? I don't actually think we do. I think in this particular one, I'm actually going to go rotate up 90 degrees like this, and then I'm going to start by just adding some cuts. Actually, I will start with, how do I want to do this? Yeah, I'm going to start with adding one cut right in the middle. I'm just going to kind of try to roughly match the contour of what I imagine we want here for our interior walls. And now when I project, I can sort of take this, and why is everything so laggy? It's like I'm moving around the texture view, it's so laggy. Wonder if there's some kind of setting on that is making everything feel extra laggy. So I'm noticing, I know that it's about 2/3. We've got about 2/3 of this thing. So I just want it to align a little bit better. So in order to make it align a little bit better, I'm just going to sort of shift these things around. So I know this one needs to go up. I know this one needs to go up significantly. And then it sort of flattens out right here, which is sort of weird and lopsided and asymmetrical. But I don't really care because that's how it's drawn. So since that's how it's drawn, that's what we want. And then actually we don't even want it to start bending in. It seems like that middle third is fairly flat as far as I can tell. Something like that. And it seems like we want maybe even this one to go up a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and this one to go back a little bit more as well. And then I will bevel these just so they're a little smoother. I really don't know why it's so laggy for me, but whatever. It's okay. We can work. Let's just not think about it, worry about it. I wonder if there's like, am I in play mode here? No, everything seems fine. Huh. It's very laggy. Something going on in the background. Okay, let me catch up here. Dream A says, did you ever try using Unity 2D rigging tools? I actually did when the very, very, very first iteration of them, because we started this game in 2018, really. It was when we started doing R&D for this game. I did mess around with Unities, and I immediately felt like spines were so much better, even though Unities, as you know, it's in engine, so that's nice. We didn't have to like use some middleware. Spines were so much better and so much simpler and so much faster. And there was way more tutorialization. Spine was way more mature at the time. And I kind of liked having the separate software just to do the animation, not trying to deal with animation in your 3D packet or like in your game engine. Sometimes it's kind of nice to have that separate software that is like, this is for making this kind of asset. So yeah, Spine was way better. Antivirus kicking off sometimes. Yeah, it can. I think I've pretty much got it, most of it completely off, so I don't think that should be it. Honestly, it looks like we can push these back even more. So I'll push these back a little bit more. I think that's the last time I'll mess with this. It's just, I don't want to, been doing a little bit too much finagling here. Yeah, that seems close enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'll make it a little bit bigger even. Just line up this with that bottom corner. Perfect. Okay, excellent. And now I should just be able to cut on the top, and then that's it. I'm probably not gonna reproject it. I think that'll be the final projection for that back piece. Now we need to create one more, so I'm just gonna extrude this out, and this is where we're gonna do the mirroring trick. Here we go. And I will use follow active quads for this. But now, what, like, why is it so laggy? Is it just, maybe it's just because it's a huge texture. Sometimes this version of Blender, which is very old, does have some issues with big textures. Let's see. So what do we got going on? Looking at the concepts. Okay, so we do have 1.5 pieces there. So we need 1.5. And actually, what we really should do is grab this piece of mesh. Let's do that. That's going to be way better. And partition it. Well, actually, I'll move this over. I'll delete this one. This is going to be better. Then I'll just grab this, and then we're going to X -1, and then I need to flip the normals, even though you can't tell. Just to be absolutely certain, I'll do backface culling there. Now I know that the normals are correct. And now we can have a perfect mirror to put here. It's not perfect because it is a little bit lopsided, but that's okay. And then just try to get these verts as close as we can. And now I'll just grab these two verts. I'll just put this thing in transparent selection mode or whatever it's called. And then we'll weld these verts up. Okay, cool. And now we can grab these UVs on the right side, and I should be able to shift this around. So see how we kind of got a mismatch here, but what I'll do is I'll just shift this around until it lines up, or at least roughly lines up. Doesn't line up perfectly, but I'm not too concerned about that. If we have to cover that with a little bit of mesh, then we will do so. It's not going to be the end of the world. Another thing I can do is sort of move the UVs. So as I'm looking at this part right here, I can sort of move the UVs around like this and there. Now we've got a perfect match there. This part I can cover with just a little piece of mesh with this exact value to make that little divot go away. But other than that, I'm not too concerned about things. And looking from the camera's perspective, it all looks pretty good. We do have this texture. Again, when Jacqueline does the final version, I will look for any sort of little errors in any seams, and I'll like put a little mesh here to cover up that one dot so we don't have to see it, and do whatever we need to do to get that thing looking correct. Okay. Now we have to do the side. So first I will create a new mesh, a new plane, I would say. Actually, you know what? I'll just delete it. Let's grab a plane from in here. So I'll just grab this piece of plane, and I'm just going to flatten it out by scaling it down to 0. And I'm going to put this plane over here where this pillar goes. Actually, it looks like we only need one on the right side. And this is going to get a little dicey. So this one, you know, we really should have projected with the pillar on. That was kind of stupid of me. But maybe it'll be okay. So we have a bit more here on the bottom as well. Yeah, this was kind of stupid by me. It's okay. We will, oops, I didn't want to extrude that. I just want to duplicate that face. I'll make another little piece, and then we'll cover that little bottom area with this plane that will hopefully get all the extra texture that we need here. Okay, and now we'll just grab these two parts and look through the camera's eye and then project, and then we should be able to get, just keep moving it around until we sort of have an alignment here. It's very weird strategy. So this one's a little tricky too. I don't really know what the best method is going to be for this. All right. Well, first thing, I'll put this one off to the side, and let's just sort this one out right now, because this one's going to be easier to sort because we already have these UVs as a guide. So we know that if we match this perfectly, we should have a perfect match here. So I'm gonna just match those verts up perfectly, and then let's scale it down a little bit just so we're perfectly aligned there. Scale it up a little bit there. That should be perfect. I'll grab that edge and we'll just do V weld. So now we've welded there, and we know that that lines up perfectly, and we should be able to put a cut here. Let me turn on tools and do correct UVs. Cortor says the bingo joke was regarding your hate for GI. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, people need a very powerful PC. Yes, you need a powerful PC. But also it also looks worse. So you need a more powerful PC. And actually, if you use that powerful PC to do something else, rather than piss it away doing real-time GI for no reason, then actually your game would look even better. So real-time GI makes your game less performant and uglier for no reason at all. You can double bingo now that I'm complaining about GI some more. But yes, you are correct. I do love complaining about GI. I'm going to do another method here where I just kind of extrude the bottom just because it's going to be so dang hard to get this to align perfectly. I think that this is going to work better. Yeah, real-time GI is a blight on humanity. So this is looking super wonky. So that's, I did a follow active quads. That's obviously not going to work. So now I just projected it from the camera, and now I'm just going to scale it in here. Oh, we've got this one over here that we don't need. I'm just going to delete it. Here we go. And I'll just scale this one to be perfectly fit here. Excellent. And now I'll take these two edges and we'll weld. Okay. All right. Awesome. And now I can just sort of cut away the excess here, so we don't end up sampling stuff we don't need. I will cut away as well right here. And then we'll delete off all this. Perfect. So now we've got the pillar on the left side, and it looks okay. The right side pillar is going to be a little bit tricky because we have the left side pillar sampling behind it. So I don't exactly know how we're going to work that out. But first thing first, let's just get this pillar projected here. Let's get this right side pillar projected. I want to make sure there's plenty of room to get all these doodads here, because we have like a big kind of foot shape. So now let's project that. And just seems like we need even more on the texture, or sorry, even more mesh there. Wow, seems like we need even more. I'll just scale up until we have everything we want. There we go. Okay, and then I will just partition this piece out to another mesh, and I'll cut off the stuff we don't need with the cut tool. So let's cut. There we go. Okay. It's cutting all that stuff off. Let's just cut all that. I'll cut this as well. And I will set the origin to the geometry. I'll give this a save. I'll grab all this stuff, which should have, yeah, the correct material, and I'll parent it to our transform. I'll also go to the Unity tools, and we'll set the export path before I forget to models, and I'll decheck relative path, accept, save. Yeah, toggle lumen. I know it's. Yeah, does every Unreal game use real-time GI? I guess it does. I'll just push this over until we're roughly covering where I think. It's hard to tell because we don't have any transparency. So I'm gonna turn on transparency here. There we go. Now I can see what's going on. So now we see exactly what's going on with that pillar. So I think maybe the only solution is to just cut out where this pillar is, I think that will be fine. Yeah, let's just cut out this pillar. And if hopefully Jacqueline doesn't significantly change the silhouette of the pillar too much. But if we just cut out where this pillar is, then we should be okay. And then we can use the right pillar. And now we can really easily see how much we need to cover with this right pillar. So I'm going to move it over until it's covering just about everything there. And I do like that. This is covering a little bit more, and that's good. So if we wanted to, we could cut off some more here. But I don't know how much, maybe Jacqueline's going to thicken up the pillar. Actually, I think that'd be a good idea. Let's thicken up that pillar on the right side. We have the texture space for it, so why not? Let's just do it. We'll just change this pillar a little bit, change the silhouette, just thicken it up. So we can sort of cover up. It gets really thin at the top anyway, and I'm not really sure we want that. So let's thicken it up. And then we'll grab this little bit of shading that we put in there. And Jacqueline can always mess with this. But yeah, we'll thicken up this pillar. That looks pretty ugly. It's weird. I just put like 3 strokes on the page, and it's so much uglier than what Jacqueline drew. Oh yeah, we definitely don't want whatever I did here at the top. Let's just cover that up. Yeah. Okay, we don't have quite enough here actually. So if I just move this vert out to the right and then move that vert out to the right as well in the texture space. Perfect. Now we're covering up that extra bit. I think that's going to work a little bit better. Very nice. Cortor asked, did you gain a new human? Yeah, this is my first stream since having our new baby. Baby Calvin. He's almost 1 week old now. He was born on Thursday. And I'm miraculously well rested on this particular day. First day back at work. Okay, so it does seem like this one is dipping a bit lower. So I want to maybe move this pillar up a little bit, just a smidge so that they're more even, and maybe even scale this one down a little bit. There we go. But we'll be able to tune all this stuff once we get this thing in engine. Cool. All right, let's move on. So we're cruising. We are absolutely cruising here. We need this platform here. So in order to do the platform, I'm going to start with a plane, and then we're going to add our material to it. And I will scale it up like this, and then add this C temple text, and then just project. That simple. And I'll just sort of border this thing up. And now I can just sort of put it where I want in the middle, and then we'll adjust the scale of it in a second. But first we will cut. We'll cut around the platform. So just cut right around the platform here. I'll cut pretty close so we don't get this guy's. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to cut close because that guy's going to be removed pretty soon. Right now, I figured we'd leave him in just for scale once we do get this thing in engine. But shortly, we'll have him removed. I'm cutting pretty crudely around this, which I realize now might be a terrible idea, because it would be better if we cut around this tightly, because then we can use that same mesh to make collision. So why don't I cut around this really tightly, tight enough for collision, but not so tightly that if Jacqueline changes the silhouette that it's gonna get messed up. So I will cut around this relatively tightly. There we go. Okay, I'll just sort of cash in our cut. So I find that deleting the excess before you move on with the cut for whatever reason has better results. Okay, we'll do sort of a tight cut here. Excellent. And then we'll delete this plane. I will manually add an edge here, just so that we can kind of take some control over the way that this thing triangulates. And if I poke this face, that's gonna, I think, lead to better triangulation and stuff. But now we can use this as, we'll use this as our collision mesh as well. I mean, we'll use it to make our collision mesh. So now we can easily just sort of scale, look at our concept. So look through the camera's eye and just check out the scale. It's actually quite small. So if I look at the left to right width, it's even smaller than the middle of each of these alcoves. So it's really quite small. It's like probably like that. And then I'll try to stick it right in the middle here. And the bottom does go a little bit higher. So I think that that's about right. Awesome. Yeah, great. Fantastic. Okay. Bruna, hello. Welcome. Thank you for the kind words about our new demo. Okay. Thank you for playing the demo. Thank you. Thank you. A hint. When in 2026 we'll have the release. Yeah, I mean, technically we're not supposed to say, because if we want to use that release date as a sort of bargaining chip to get coverage, this is something that I almost want to make a YouTube video about this. I know it won't get a lot of views, but the biggest piece of ammunition you have when you're making a game, the biggest thing that people want to know is, well, if they're interested in the game, which of course you're very fortunate if people are interested in your game, they want to know when it will be out, because they want to buy it and play it, which is the absolute best situation to be in. So it's such an honor when people want to know when the game is coming out, because by default, you know, most people don't give a shit about your game and don't care when it's coming out because they don't want to play it. So it's such an honor when people ask that. And the reason why we tend to not want to say is because, for one, if you give a ballpark and then you don't hit it, people get upset, which is just kind of, you know, not great PR. And then the other reason, which actually most consumers probably don't know about, is that the press, the media, is really excited when you tell them, hey, do you want to break our release date? This is actually an incredibly valuable piece of ammunition, because if you go to like either a festival or a showcase or a news outlet and you say, you can break our release date, you can be the first one to tell people when this game is coming out, that is really exciting for them. And that kind of elevates their event as a sort of, you know, a place to get news, you know, a place to learn exciting new tidbits about games that people want to play. So that's why it kind of is wasting our ammunition by just sort of telling people. So that's why developers hold on to their release date. That being said, the press is not watching this, stream. I guarantee that. So what I'll say is that there's something called Next Fest for Steam, and Next Fest is the biggest wishlist event for your game. So you know, when you put your game in Next Fest, if it's really good, it'll go to the front page of Next Fest, and lots of people will learn about your game for the first time. So it's very important to put your game in Next Fest. Steam only lets you put your game in one Next Fest. So every game for its whole lifetime gets the opportunity to be featured in one Next Fest, and that's it. That's your one Next Fest. That's your Next Fest card, we call that. We have not used our Next Fest card. It would be colossally stupid to not use our Next Fest card, and Next Fest is pre-release, right? So it's not about games that are already out. It's about games that are coming out. And we have our demo. We're all ready to go. The next Steam Next Fest is in June. So there's a hint there. We have not used our Next Fest yet, and the next Fest is in June. It would be extremely borderline, actually, no, I'll just say it would be truly suicidal to release our game without first being featured in an Next Fest. So there's a hint about when our game is coming out this year. The next Fest is in June. We have not used our Next Fest yet. So I will let you guys deduce the result of that. All right. Extrapolate, enhance. Corthor says, I had to misstated dates for patches and the negative blowback was not worth it. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't do you any favors to talk about your release dates until you really officially know it for sure. James is saying, I want 2026, but can't help but feeling 2027. Well, another hint I'll give is we don't have enough money to go till 2027. So, yes. DB Robs has made an interesting deduction. Same time as GTA 6. Thank you, Bruna. Thank you, thank you. All right, so how are we doing here? Let's go ahead and move this around. We've got everything here. This is our first export. Let's make our first export. I'll be right back, folks. Right. Half-Life 3 before aging. What? Oh. The downside of working at home, I went downstairs, came back up, and my son, my older son, Ollie, he asked me, "Are you going up?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm going back up to work." And he said, I want to come up and work with you. Which breaks my heart. Of course, what he means when he says, I want to work with you, is he wants to sit on my lap and type on my keyboard. And unfortunately, not much work is getting done when he's doing that, but he really likes to go into Notepad and type, as he calls it. I want to type. And actually, he loves playing Songs of Glimmerwick, and he likes going into the different interiors. Well, he likes asking us to go into the interiors, but he doesn't last too long before he asks for the console. And that's his favorite part about Songs of Glimmerwick, is opening the console and typing gibberish into the console. So he says, "Can you open the console?" And now he's at the point where no matter what he sees on screen, if he wants to type, he'll ask, "Can you open the console?" Which basically means I want to type gibberish. When Ollie starts asking about the release date, yeah. Show him Scriptorium. Oh, is that a game about writing code, maybe? Okay, so let's turn on the test tools. And then we need to go to the C temple interior, which I think I've already blocked in the interior. Or I mean, I've already started the interior prefab. And we've got some stuff going here. So I'm going to keep all the lighting because we actually have a bunch of cool caustic cones and stuff that we can get started with this. And I guess I'll delete the viz cam. And I'll delete the dorm hall. I'll delete these actually, we do have a portal here. And we'll just say like, I don't know. C temple to exterior. Call it. We've got an entry, so I'll keep that around. The backgrounds, I'll keep the background around as well. Got a music trigger, which I don't think we need. The door, we've got another portal that we don't need. So just slowly start deleting stuff out of here. We don't need this, oops, don't need this activator. And here is an audio, which I think is okay. We don't want the medium stream though. If anything, we want like, oh, actually we do want medium stream because there's gonna be those little waters pouring in. So that's actually perfect. That's perfect. We don't want to touch that. Dual day night lights. Okay, well, I guess we'll keep those around. Here's some night lights. These are wall sconces. I guess I'll delete those. I don't think we're going to have any sconces in the temple. We've got a chandelier here. Yeah, we're not going to have a chandelier. Okay, let's delete the night lights. We have these sunshaft daylights. I don't know. I guess I'll delete those too. I just want to make sure to keep the caustic cones around. Walk direction skew. We don't need that. This is another entry. I don't think we need even a task placer in here. I don't think anyone has a schedule in here. Seed CSA box. We have some dust effects. It might be cool to have some dust effects in here. I'll keep them around. I'll keep them around. Okay, zoom controller. Actually, I will keep the zoom controller around. I'll call it like C temple interior zoom controller. Oh, and it's missing camera magnet mover. I'll just put none on here. Controller zoom. I don't actually know what this value does at all. Let me catch up with chats. Cortor says it's not code, it's like kid pics for medieval manuscripts. Oh. Oh yeah, I'm sure he'd love that. Okay, let's delete all of these different parts. Yeah, we don't need any of this. Plant, shadow, pond ripple. We actually might want this. Wait, what is this doing? I can't even see it. It's weird that I can't see it. But yeah, what? We are going to need some ripples. I just don't understand why I can't see it. Oh, probably because we don't have a directional light. I bet the second we put a directional light in here, this stuff is going to start working. We don't have any chairs in here, so I'm going to delete all these sit spots. I'll delete that. Geez, we're barely even through this. We don't have a door. We have maybe want to keep some fake volumetric light around. Here's all of our caustics. So we will keep the caustics. We'll delete all of these triggers. Definitely no crowd noise. Empty school activator. We delete that. Day zero luggage. All this stuff. We delete all this stuff. Okay, Mary's. Gosh, a lot of stuff happens in this room. It's really crazy. I don't think we need any of this stuff here or these statues. So let's go ahead and delete all that. Then we've just got our caustic cones sticking around. Okay, cool. So that should be good. The only thing we don't have is a camera. So let's check this interior out and save it. A little bit bummed we don't have a camera to start working with. I guess we'll just grab what's a good camera to use? I think the heating room. Bathhouse heating room might be a good one. We'll grab Ooh, there's some cool firefly lights in here. No, we don't want those. I think the spotlights will work for us. And then we also have this fixed camera. Which, yeah, I'm sure that'll work. So let's get that spotlight and that fixed camera. Let's copy that. And then let's go back into our C temple interior. Don't think I changed anything in there. We'll paste our crap in here. Okay. We'll move our spotlight. I'll change this maybe to a directional light. And then, I don't know, I'll do like 0.1 or something. I'll just put it right on origin. I don't even know if we're going to use it, but let's just get it kind of off to the side here. And then I'll put this camera. Well, first of all, we need to get our C temple interior in here. So let's stick it in. It's on 0, 0, 0, so it's kind of pointing the wrong way. Here's some lily pads. Let's delete those lily pads. We don't need those. And then I bet we're going to see these ripples now. No, I still can't see the ripples. I don't understand what's going on with this. I really don't. Maybe the spot or this light is not strong enough. Very peculiar. It's like I see them for a second. I don't know. I'm going to delete it. Okay, cool. So we've got C temple interior text. Now we just go C temple interior text. Perfect. And we're getting started on this. It looks very green. We'll grab our light or our camera. I'll put it at origin. Okay. And I'll rotate it 180 degrees. And then I have no idea what the scale is going to be. So just want to keep that. Keep that pretty much the same, and then we'll walk in for the first time. This background is going to be completely in the wrong spot now that our camera's flipped on the other side. So let's save it and let's turn on our C temple interior over here. Should be at the bottom. And I'm hoping that we can see what's going on. Yes, we can, but we see nothing. So let's take a look at why we're seeing nothing. Just it's pointed at nothing is the only problem. Lord Montry says, mist might make more sense than dust. Yeah, we've got kind of a mist feature going with the fake volumetric lights. But yeah, dust doesn't make much sense. But just little tiny specks of some kind of like little blue dots floating around might look cool. But yeah, maybe we'll look into mist instead. I cannot see anything. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right, cool. It's crazy how far back this camera needs to be. It's got a field of view of 5. I'm going to go field of view of 6. And then I don't know why this camera's not taking priority. Okay, awesome. We'll lower it a little bit. And then we need I'll just use this render mesh as a mesh collider. So let's go mesh collider. And then I'll set the material to stone. And then that should already work. And then I'll place the entry right on top of this little piece of stone here. Also noticing some nasty fringing. I think we can get rid of that. This texture well, first of all, we want the alpha cutoff to be much more aggressive. Actually, probably almost 1. And then let's see if we've got, yeah, we got alpha's transparency. We have a 2048, should be at least a 4096, I reckon. Okay, and then we also have the spotlights, or the do directional light. I'll just start it by making it white and just subdue it a little bit. I'm going to put it right on origin here. And I'll just sort of change the direction a little bit, not that it matters too much. We should have a lot of lights to work with. So I don't really know what's going to look good. We'll put just a light right in the middle here. Probably going less is more on the lighting is better. But the caustic cones will be a big deal. But it would be foolish to place them right now because I don't know the scale that this thing is going to be. So that's the first thing to figure out, is the scale. Given that this thing, oh, you know what? We don't know the scale at all. So let me just remove this guy from the atlas. It's kind of pointless to use him as a scale because I don't know what we've scaled on this stuff. Let's just use the concept itself. So let's save this interior, and then let's back up and let's get the name, C Temple Interior. And let's grab this entry, and I'm just going to paste the string name here. And now, as long as we have developer start settings, we should be able to pop in developer start settings. Okay, and I'll turn this off. It's looking pretty crappy so far. First impression is not good, but we have a lot of work to do. So, hey, Nani asked if we're going to sell art prints. No, that would be cool though. That would be cool. Yeah, it's just one of those things. We just don't have a lot of bandwidth. All these things take so much time and focus, and that's the last thing I want to be thinking about when we launch. So my avatar just kind of disappeared, and I don't exactly know why that happened. So I got to figure it out. We definitely have the wrong color here for the background, so we're going to need a version off the background. So much to do. Oh, here we go. First of all, there should only be one entry point, which is the entry. And we shouldn't be using the dorm hall data. We should be using a new one called C Temple Interior Data. C Temple Interior Data. And the music trigger, let's set that to 0. I will do loop music. And I'm just trying to figure out what song to do. So let's go to our music manager. Or should it just be quiet? Is that more epic? Might be better to just do nothing. We don't want the cave song. It's not going to be correct. Ghost story. No, we don't want that. Way too evil. We have Ochre Forest. I don't think this is going to work either. We also have a bunch of new music tracks I need to put in the game. Maybe we'll get to that today. No, we don't do volunteers. I'm sure you're just kidding. Uh, the little cottage leads to wherever we need it to lead. We have Shady Market, which might... Hey. Oh, it's a misc idea. Misc idea. I wonder if that one will be good. Let's see. Oh, this is a different misc idea. Maybe this one? Okay, what are we playing here? We're playing Foresty. Maybe Foresty too. Let's listen to Foresty. This might be a little bit too dramatic. I think we might want something a little bit more playful. There's adventure. Maybe adventure. It seems a shame to only use this song once. No, this feels more outdoorsy. This doesn't feel quite right to be in that temple. I don't know. It's really hard. Maybe one of the overworld tracks, though I think that they also are going to be really maybe a bit too happy and pastoral. No, this one's more contemplative. I don't know. Got maybe some winter tracks. Oh, there's ambient one. Let's try ambient one. No, that's not going to work either. Also very contemplative. Super hard. Well, the closest I think that we've come is the Shady Market or the miscellaneous idea. So let me just find that. Where did I put that? Where's that? Shady Market. Yeah, we'll just do that for now. We'll just stick that in there. And maybe it's nothing that we want. Just silence. Sea Temple Interior. Oh! I thought I already got rid of all these points. That's a little bit scary. I wonder if I screwed something else up. Sea Temple Interior, Dorm Hall. Did I accidentally do it to the Dorm Hall? That would be terrifying. Let's go Dorm Hall Interior. Oh, God. Okay, looks like this one is still okay. Phew. Okay. Though I distinctly remember reducing the track or the list of this to 1, so I don't know what happened there. Anyhow, we need this to go to Sea Temple Interior Data, and then Sea Temple Interior Data, we're going to do Shady Market. Okay. Save projects. Yeah, could do. There's definitely going to be some dripping, but you're not really going to hear dripping because we have like waterfalls in there. Like in the concept, this is going to be pretty loud. this water falling. So, but yeah, it could be no music at all. Let's see. Lord Matri says the cottage has Hal's moving castle door. Interesting. Don't even remember that. Cortor says we have a little audio song that only plays once, makes it special, but it's also sad you only hear it. Yeah. Yeah, those tracks are rough, right? That are so beautiful and so magical for the perfect moment. And sometimes people don't even really hear them because when they're doing something for the very first time, they don't always notice the music because they're so engrossed in whatever that one thing is that they're doing for the first time. So it's kind of tough. Feels expensive just to do the one track, but we do have a few moments like that in the game. So I don't know. I guess people will enjoy it on the soundtrack if they do get the soundtrack. All right. I still have not figured out why we're not getting, why our avatar fell through the floor. So let's go to the Sea Temple interior. So we do have the mesh collider on here, but I don't actually see it. I don't actually see a mesh collider. So you know what? Maybe we'll remove the mesh collider and let's just, for now, let's just add like let's just add a cube that comes with the mesh collider, and I'll just scale it up. Oops, scale it up and then squash it down a little bit, and we'll just put the cube like right there, and then I'll remove the mesh render on it. Now it's just a cube collision, and we'll just go stone. There's also a couple things I could probably fix right now, like put the audio right in the middle. Then let's make sure that one entry is the actual entry that's linked. There it is. And then I think we can also go Sea Temple to exterior. I think we can move that. Like, let's do local. Yeah, I think it should go right here. And I can tell just by how big this thing is that our scale is going to be way off. But let's put the entry right here and save. I think we're probably going to need to scale this thing up maybe by like a factor of 2. But let's see. Reassuring that some people always notice the music. Yeah, I don't know if the Eastshade soundtrack came out on vinyl. I can't remember. I think Phoenix did end up doing that, but yeah, that's totally up to Phoenix. We give him all the soundtrack rights, so he is able to do whatever he wants with the soundtrack. He can sell it himself on his own channels and stuff. We don't take any of the money, and he can release it on vinyl if he wants to go do that. You know, he's got all the rights to do whatever he wants with it. So if it doesn't come out on vinyl, then you know who to complain to. It's Phoenix. It's not us. Cortor says Vintage Story has season-specific music, and then each season a song that plays once. That's cool. The season song. Cool, cool. Hey, Nanani says, do I write a letter to him with a personal plea? Yeah, you totally could. You could. I'm sure he'd like that. Oops. Oh, the game's in German right now. All right, what is going on? Like, where is our avatar going here? Like, what's going on? See, so we never actually teleported. Did we get a console error? No, we didn't get a console error. So I wonder why things aren't working right. Like, this interior is not working right. So our avatar never teleported. And I don't know why. Maybe it's because we didn't add it to the all worlds list in the core assets. So here's core assets, song datas, interior datas, duplicate. Let's go C temple interior data. And then maybe also the build list. I don't know. No, we don't put our interiors in the build list anymore, so I guess that's not an issue. I don't know. Maybe that alone fixed it. I'll go ahead and give it a save. The Mad Mun, hello, welcome. Says, I gotta ask, what inspired you to make Eastshade? I just really wanted to make a game about where you explore a world, like we're strangers, you know, stranger in a strange place sort of deal. And that was how Eastshade started. I really wanted to make a game loop that sort of let the world be the star. And I don't feel like combat loops really do that. Oops, I keep accidentally talking to her. And after much iteration, we eventually came up with the painting thing. So what is happening? Why? Why is this happening? I don't understand why we're not being teleported. So it has nothing to do with the portal on the world end. So it must have to do with the portal inside the Sea Temple exterior. Pit Orion asked, when is beta? We're going as fast as we can. It's not imminent, but soon. The Mad Mun says, my favorite character is Mudwillow. All right, rock on. I like Mudwillow too. And yeah, Pit Orion. Yeah, so the Moobot there. Oh no, that was for the YouTube. Let's do. Here's a. Oops, I think I did the wrong. I did /. Might need to be /. I also might be an idiot. Maybe have forgotten how to use. Is it /? I might have forgotten how to use. There it is, /. All right, cool. Oh, someone did it in Nani. No, it's not /. It's exclamation point. I always forget how to use Twitch. There we go. Thank you for the Moobot. Okay, so you can check out the wishlist link there, and we have a demo if you haven't played it already. How dare you, James? I do not want to make Eastshade anything at this point. So I guess we'll go to the Sea Temple interior. We're not being teleported. I don't understand what the issue is. It's something really stupid that I'm just not doing correctly. It's really sad how dumb I am. Sea Temple interior. I might just have to give it to Jenny. I'm so dumb. I'm getting so dumb. Only have one entry point, but she just doesn't teleport, and I don't understand why. She's not really teleporting to the interior. It's just activating the interior. It's not teleporting. So I don't know why it's not teleporting. I guess I could just like read the portal code. It seems like kind of a waste of time though, but I do need to like figure out what's going on here because we need to like test this, right? So here's the teleport function. If portal type is from exterior world, which is what we have, then we set the last position. Portal type is to exterior world, which is not what's happening. So none of this will fire. This will fire. So now this should fire. We instantiate the world. It should be in resources. So first of all, let's check that. I'm pretty sure that that's working because otherwise I don't think it would show up. So it is in resources. That's correct. Although, ooh, it's in demo data, which it shouldn't be in demo data. That's actually pretty bad. Where is the heating room? Wherever the heating room is, that's really where we need to put this data. So the heating room is inside of just resources, just interiors full. That's where we want to put it. So I don't want it to be in demo data. So here is our Sea Temple interior. I'm going to move it over into full game. And I hope that's all I need to do. Let me catch up with chat. Is the character getting trapped outside? Yeah, the character is not teleporting into the interior, and it's just some kind of markup issue, and I'm sure it's really stupid. But I know that that door works for all other interiors, so it shouldn't be that. I don't think so. Did you set it to Wumbo? I don't understand. Oh, SpongeBob joke. Not immersed in SpongeBob world enough. Oh, yeah. English and geology. That's an interesting combination. Well, I didn't study anywhere. I don't even have, I'm an idiot. I don't even have a bachelor's degree. I'm an uneducated buffoon. All right, so what is happening here? Right, so let's keep reading through the code. So here we get the entry point index, and then we set the current world, and then we enter indoors, and then get component in children portal dot entry point index. We set the destination. Okay, then we play the music theme, which also wasn't happening, which is very curious. So the music theme wasn't playing either. So that might give us a clue. So I don't understand why that would be happening. Why wouldn't that be happening? Very peculiar, very, very peculiar. And we're not getting an error. Let's do it one more time. I guess, no, I don't even need to sanity check it. I know that this thing works. This is, okay, it's been now in 46. Oh, okay. Now it seems like she teleported. What did we change? What did we even change? So I saw her for a second. Is it because there's no nav mesh in there? Okay, look, she's at least she's in a different spot on the world, right? No, she's still near Marrowilds. What the hell? It's like she went into the sky. It's just so strange that she's near Marrowilds. Is this interior just directly on top of Marrowilds? Because that would be really silly. I'll turn it on. No, it's definitely not right on top of Marrowilds. It's backwards for one thing. Got a backwards interior, which I don't know about that. Let's rotate everything. I'll rotate everything in here 180 degrees. Here, you know what I'll do is I'll create a new group. I don't want to rat hole in this. I don't want to spend time on this. Like, so stupid. Let's go 180 degrees. Just flip it all. Okay, got it. So now it's at least pointing in the right direction. And we have an entire like collision there, so it shouldn't be that. Can't be that. Well, no, I don't think it could be that. Okay, well, man. Very odd. Oh, yes. Water temples are bad news. Well, fortunately, this one is very simple and just has one room, so you won't get confused. All right, guys, I'm so starving. Unfortunately, I need to go eat. So I'm going to go BRB because I want to keep streaming, but I'll be gone for a while. I'll eat as fast as I can. I don't have to make the food. I just have to eat the food. It's already ready. So I'll BRB. I think it's probably will take 25 minutes. I'm a really slow eater. So I'll be back as fast as I can. All right, see you guys. Okay, hello. Those of you who have forgotten, you're still lurking in this stream. I reintroduced myself quietly and slowly, although I'm sure I'm going to have a couple of people who are going to be like, oh my God, you scared me. So I apologize for that. All right, feeling much better now. I was absolutely starving, shaky with hunger. So, got to figure out why she's not showing up in this temple. And it also not playing the music. Looking at the developer, oh, here's the start settings. So yeah, it just has an entry. Here's the entry. Oh, check this out. The entry has an interactive on it. So that's a little weird. Doesn't need to have that on it. So I'll remove that. And we do have should have another little there we go. So just make sure that's completely out of the way. Another little exit trigger. Save that. I'm just at a loss here. So interiors, there's no list on here. And yeah, portal destinations. Let me see if there's some kind of interiors list. I'll do like constrain my search to just assets, or what is it, scriptable objects or something? I don't see anything. I mean, it doesn't have nav mesh, but I wouldn't think that that would be an issue. I really wouldn't think that that would be an issue. Let me look at the portal again. So yeah, it just loads the portal destination. All right, let's try it again. Let's see what happens. Not that I've changed much. Try it again. All right, well, I could give this to Jenny. It's just so annoying. It's definitely not, it's not playing the music, which means it's never getting to, it can't be getting to this point. I'll put a log in here. It's going to be so annoying to test this thing without actually being able to just go inside it, because otherwise I'm going to have to keep on manually positioning the character. It's just going to be a nightmare. So let me check out this script. And I will put a log in here. And I'll just see if we're actually getting to that branch of code. Wait for it to compile there. The longest compile in the world. And just head in. Okay, so it did get to that block of code. We didn't hear any music. If set destination portal entry index is greater than -1. Okay, so here is the part where we're actually looking for music. Let me just make sure that we've actually hooked up this data. So we've got ctemple interior data, and I'll go to the actual interior. We are going to ctemple interior data, and I see we're asking for the music theme Shady Market. I will do a sanity check and just switch out this entry with something else that I know has a music theme. Like Common Room, let's say. I think Common Room has a music theme. Let's see. Yeah, it does. So let's go Common Room interior. And test it again. Okay, so the music definitely triggered. Obviously, we teleported. Everything went correctly. So something about this interior. So we know it's getting here because we got the log for that. So presumably it's doing all this stuff. There's no way that it's exiting out of this function. So let me see where it's actually teleporting the player. Is there like a teleport? Man. Oh boy. So I'll put a new log and I'll put it inside of. Well, first of all, let's check that no music time after time of day. It's possible that that value is incorrectly set, and that's maybe why we're not getting the music. But let's go like hideout interior data, hideout data. Okay, so but no music after time of day 1. It seems like that's the default value. So maybe actually everything is fine there. So let's check that. Ctemple one thing at a time. Ctemple interior data. So let's set this to 1. And we'll leave it looping and we'll save project. I don't think the breakpoint would help because I don't even know where in the code I don't even know where the code is stopping. Oh, whoops. Gotta change this thing back. I guess if I just really go on the hunt for exactly where the player is teleporting, then I could put a breakpoint there, and then I could maybe walk through. And that might help. First, let me switch that interior back. Yeah, it's not, I know it's not a code problem. I know it's a markup problem. It's just, I'm just using code to help me, understand what I've forgotten to do. It's a markup thing. I forgot to do something and I don't know what it is. And it's very stupid and frustrating because I know Jenny would do it in 5 seconds. But I just needed this to work so that I can actually work here. Like, so I can actually see what the interior looks like. See temple interior. So now we'll see if the music actually triggers. Plus, I always forget in the breakpoint, I always forget how to walk back through the code and stuff. I'm just not very good at breakpoint debugging. Okay, cool. So the music trigger issue was like just literally, that should have been 1, not 0. So that worked. Then we need to figure out, here's where we're setting the player position, but there's no way to get out of the code until that, like, this is so weird. Interior trans position. So get interior trans. So clearly this function is not getting what we need to get. Seems like this function is not returning what it needs to return. Specific interior location. So like, what is specific interior location? So that's on the portal. Okay, so it's a string. Oh. Specific interior location. That's interesting. This is weird. It's on the actual portal. Why is that a thing? I've never had to put that on the... Dude, I'm just completely lost. I don't... This is really stupid. Okay, well, I guess what we can do maybe is just like add a game object finder on this and say like C temple entry. I'll just call it like ST entry. There should only be one thing called that. And then I should just be able to warp to object. And then I'll just manually warp and we won't worry about it. And I'll give this to Jenny so that she can fix this because I am clearly too stupid. Something has changed in how we do things and I don't understand. I can't even add an interior to the game anymore. That's how stupid I've become. Okay. Is the portal set to the right type? It should be. Yeah, I mean, we know that the portal, at least on Marrowwild's side, is working because we could work to the common room. But the C temple side is something is not correct in the markup. I don't know what it is. I'm lost. This is stupid. No, no, no. I'm stupid. I am very stupid. Something. I have forgotten to do something. So now I should be able to go to the portal and just manually warp to the location using the console. Okay. Why? Why did she do that? Like, why did she do that? I don't have time for this. I just want to work. I don't have time for this. Okay, well, we know it's way too small, so that's one thing. So maybe I can... at least scale this thing way up. Like to maybe 4? Something like that. So there must be some kind of collision happening that is pushing her out. I'll remove this material cycle color. I'll go ahead and give us a new background. We'll call it C Temple BG. Let's see. No, that's a good guess, but we don't set the interiors themselves don't have interior or exterior settings. Let's see. This is going to be called C Temple BG. And then I'm just going to look at the concepts. And it's just sort of a light green sort of deal, like kind of like an ocean, very desaturated. C Temple BG, there we go. It's pretty close. Something like that. Save that. Okay, and let's take a look. We've got the directional lights, which could be like a little bit brighter. And we could put these caustic cones in. I'm going to hold off on that because I really need to get the scale first. Do these things have collision? Let's see. These fake volumetric light. Oh, these things are all facing the wrong way, so I'll turn them around. I could also scale this up. I don't really think this is going to do anything, but we'll have to move those and maybe make them nice looking. Maybe collider starting in the ground. So we have multiple issues for sure. Like, for one, she's not teleporting. And two, when she is teleporting, she's just getting bopped right out. So I don't know what that is all about. I could maybe look at the C Temple. Just go here to the C Temple and look at the physics debugger. That might give me a clue. So let's go. I want to look at analysis, window analysis, physics debugger. Okay, so here's something. I don't see any collision at all, so I don't know why she'd be getting bumped out there. There's literally no collision. Oh, actually, there's a little box right here. What is that? Let me turn off the so it is in the interior. I know that. Okay, it's not none of those. It's none of those. Okay, that's just because we. There we go. Now let's get that entry and move it. I guess I'll apply those changes. Turn this thing off. And let's try again. Definitely could have missed a collider. But again, there's two issues. The collider one doesn't bother me so much. It's just she's not teleporting to start. She teleported. What? She teleported. I don't even know why she teleported. What the heck? I don't know what I changed, guys. All I did is hit apply on the all I did was hit apply on the interior in the main scene, and now she's teleporting. Okay, whatever, good deal. I don't care. It's fine. It works. Everything's all messed up though. The world is way too big. So let's go back. And it looks like, so we went to scale 4. Let's go scale 3. And then let's check our, I don't like the camera. It doesn't let you zoom, and I don't exactly know why. Something about this zoom controller. Let's save this first of all, and then let's go back to the heating room and see what kind of zoom controller we have in there. So I'll just take a look at the zoom controller. Oh, we don't even have a zoom controller. So I don't know if we even need one, but let's go into the Sea Temple. Interior. And I don't know if we need the zoom controller. I don't know what's missing. It might be this fixed VC. I'm going to delete that, and then I'm going to save this, and I'm going to go into an interior with a different virtual camera. Let's say Headmistress interior. Let's just take the one out of her office. Headmistress office interior. And we should have some kind of camera set up. Oh, check this out. This is Yellow Hall zoom controller. That's not good. We want this to be Headmistress zoom controller. And here's our camera magnet. So I'll copy that. We'll go ahead and check out this interior and save it. And then let's go back to our temple interior. Yeah, dude, I have no idea what was going on, but it seems to be fixed now. So possible one of the changes I made, I'd only made it on the prefab in the scene, in the instance, and I never applied it to the actual prefab. I don't know. Very peculiar. Now, if I save this, we should be able to go back to our main scene and turn on our Sea Temple. And I'm hoping that we can actually get a visual on how this looks. Okay, now take this camera and let's go way back here. Seems like maybe something like this, maybe a little bit more. Oh, we've got a field of view of 4. It's pretty tight. It's a pretty tight field of view. But I think that's about how we want it, right? Let's look at the concept. So we have even a little bit more showing in the concept. So I might just widen the field of view here, 0.2. There, that's going to be easier for us. I think that's a pretty good composition. Maybe we could go a little bit higher in the Y, just a smidge. Cool. Okay, and now it's all very bright. So just looking at we have this beautiful gradients going on in the, there we go. That helps a little bit, although it really should be going all the way to the top. I'm sure we're going to make this nasty little line unfortunately. Oh, cool. It didn't make that line. Cool. Okay, very nice. And it looks like we just need everything. Well, actually, I shouldn't judge the lighting on this. It looks like that right column should go in a little bit more. And then, of course, it is hard to judge with the lighting, but I guess this background should be darker because we can't really see our sea temple. So it just should be a little bit darker, I think. I made it quite a bit darker there. But we're also going to have water, so I'll change the hue a little bit to sort of differentiate it from the foreground. I think that looks a little bit better. And now these fake volumetric light things are, they're just randomly placed essentially right now, so could at least try to compose this a little bit more. I'll maybe delete some of them. Oh, I can't delete any of them because of Unity's extremely odd limitation. I'll put some in the top corners just to sort of frame up the temple here as a sort of vignette to guide the eye to where we want the player to look. Okay, this one doesn't matter at all. It's a completely weird position. Let's look through the camera. I can't even really see that one, but if it is going to be anywhere, then I suppose it should be at the base of this statue. Although it looks pretty strange, so we'll probably just end up deleting it. But let's go ahead and apply those changes. Hello, Navarex Games. Welcome. Yeah, totally Starlight. That is definitely game dev. Yeah, if everything went smoothly all the time, I'm pretty sure we could all make MMORPGs in like 3 weeks, right? If you never hit any snags, it seems like game dev is just a series of snags that makes things take 100 times as long as you think it will. All right, let me add the water here. Let's get started on the water because it looks pretty unremarkable without the water. So first we need a pond, some kind of water pond shader. Trying to think, the one in the dorm hall looks pretty good. Let's go to the dorm hall. So here's the one in the dorm hall, and it even has this cool like effect where you see the water at the edge is like doing this cool little wavy thing. So maybe we want something like that. So let's try to find the water shader. It's Dorm Hall River and Dorm Hall Pond. I don't really know what the difference is. Oh, right. Okay, the river is going to be this thing. So we definitely want the Dorm Hall Pond. So I will copy that, and I'll actually go grab the Dorm Hall mesh because I don't know. I assume it's using vertex color to know where to like do all the stuff. And I don't know what kind of setup we're supposed to be using. So as soon as I grab this, then it'll be really easy to know exactly how it's supposed to work. So I'm going to take a look at the name of this mesh, which is plane 8, plane.008. Then we're going to go back to the interior, and then we're going to append. Let's go to the dorm hall interior. It's going to be plane.008. So objects, plane.008. Let's grab that. All right, cool. So this is super easy now to tell what's going on. And look at this. We even might be able to get more of a circle out of it by just grabbing the corners there and just squeezing them in like that. Look at that. We already have a circle. Awesome. That was easy as pie. And then I want to put this thing, well, first of all, let's set the origin to the geometry. And then let's parent it to our dummy object. And let's just go ahead and set the location. I hope this is local, but I doubt it will be, knowing Blender. Just, ah, sweet, it's local. Everything's going really well. So here we go. And I can just sort of squash it down a little like that. This is going to look sweet, I'm sure. We definitely need a waterline shader, so I'll find a good waterline. I don't know if we have an interior waterline shader. Sea Temple. We're going to need some kind of waterline shader. I'll duplicate one. So let's just constrain our search to materials. Dean Hall waterline. That seems like a great one. So let's duplicate Dean Hall waterline and call it Sea Temple waterline. And I'll copy the name of it. Ah, Sea Temple waterline. I didn't actually press enter. Oh, it's not letting me change the name of it, which implies that we already have a Sea Temple waterline. Yes, we do. It should be Sea Temple interior waterline. Okay. There we go. Sea Temple interior waterline. We need to hook this up to the Sea Temple interior texture. Excellent. And now, looking at Blender, what is material is mapped to this? So we have Dormhall Pond. That's perfect. And this entire thing, we're going to need, I'll put everything on the upper layer, and then on the lower layer, we're going to want to duplicate all this stuff and then move it onto the lower layer. And we just want the sort of bottom edge of everything for our water line. So I'll grab all of this, and then, well, let's do one more cut here. There we go. Grab all of this, invert the selection, and then delete it, all the rest. And then we want to leave the UVs the same because it will use those. And I guess we just want to push it down a little bit and then push it back so we don't get the Z fighting there. And we might want to drop this water a little bit too, just give us a little bit more space for the water line. And then this one as well. We'll duplicate that. Just drop it down a little. And now we want to grab both of those meshes and make sure that they're on the lower layer. Perfect. This one too, we'll duplicate that, make sure it's on the lower. Oh, we actually already have multiple meshes on the lower layer. Okay, I'm an idiot. Right, so we want to delete this one. Perfect. And then all this stuff we want to make sure uses the waterline material. Sea Temple waterline, we're going to control L, link the materials. We don't need like the top of this column. I can just move that down a little bit. Okay, now we should have waterline for everything. Should make a huge difference immediately. There we go. So, awesome. So the water line is very dark. We should definitely make it a bit brighter. There, now it looks more like things are in the water. Make it a bit greener as well. Nice. And I want to maybe lower the frequency of that waving. Let's see, what does the concept say? So the concept does have the water going all the way out. So we might just want to make this all a little bit bigger. Looking at it through the camera eye. Can't see shite through the camera eye. There we go. Yeah, so we don't want the water to sort of deplete over there on the side. So we do want this to go a little bit more to the right and just expand it a little bit. There, that's much better. I can't help but feel like that water line is just so incredibly dark, and I don't exactly know why. We have the ambient factor at 1. Let's go 0.5. Oh, that makes it way brighter. Wow, that really makes a huge difference. Okay, now we have some control. There we go. Look at that. Now we have perfect control over how much water line we want. Seems like there's maybe a bit too much water line on the platform in the middle. So to reduce the amount of water line, I just grab the bottom and just push it up a little bit. The water looks so bright. Looking at the concept, the water is much darker, but really doesn't. All that matters is how it looks in the game, and that was not representative. It should be much darker and more contrasty in the game because we have two suns in that view. So let's take a look here. When we go into the game, so the fake volumetric light textures look really bad because they're so big and blurry. So I think we just want to delete them. The water lines are way too thick. The whole thing looks really washed out. We don't have that deep, punchy gradient that Jacqueline has in her concept. Of course, we don't have the statues and stuff, but the general values are all wrong here for sure. I wonder if simply reducing the amount of light in here is going to make a difference. So if I were to remove the directional light, which would be a very bad idea. Okay, I won't do that. But we could. Got these day-night lights. That's not doing anything, hardly anything. Just kind of pointless to have. So I'll make sure to delete those. Without the fake volumetric light, there we get a much cleaner result. So I think we'll roll with that. This looks so blurry over here. Let me try to reduce the light intensity. That makes it look a little bit darker. I'm going to cut right here so we don't have this nasty stuff poking through. It doesn't look right. It's really just that gradient, I think, that is the main thing. Sea Temple interior water line could definitely be darker now. It's almost like Jacqueline's is less green and more blue. There, yeah, that looks a little bit less distracting. And the whole thing looks low res, which I don't really understand. The thing is a 4096. It's possible we're just not using all of the pixels at our disposal here because I up-resed it. Yeah, it looks like it does have a little bit of room to get sharper. Like that looks a little sharper than that, but only a little bit. Is it the compression? I just changed it to high quality compression. I'm gonna see if that does any better. Oh, that actually made a big difference. Looks sharper now. I guess we have a lot of really subtle tones in this. Thanks, James. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on it yet. Well, once we have the waterfalls, that will help. And obviously the statues are the sort of highlight of the whole thing. So without that, it does lose a little bit of impact. Let's take a look at that Sea Temple background. And try to mess with the values here. I'm going to make it more blue. Now I'm going to make it less blue. Okay, black and white looks bad. I'll make it really blue there. I think that that looks better. Even though that's not what's in the concept, I just think that that pops a little bit better. Yeah, we'll go with that. I don't like this track, so that's definitely a problem. So I'll remove that track. I don't know. There's something just really... There's something I don't like about it, and I can't exactly pinpoint what. The directional light, I think if we change the color, makes a pretty big impact on the scene. We could make it more blue. That would make the scene a little bit punchier and richer. That gradient is doing a lot of heavy lifting, and we don't have it, so... I will copy that color. I think that looks a little better. Let's try that. Okay, while that's happening, I definitely need to go to the water line and chop off this. We don't want any of this in the water line. And it'll look better once Jacqueline does the polish pass, for sure. But still, I think we could get this a lot better. Let's try to dig up what happened with that gradient. Looking at, did I just like, is there some kind of disable? I don't know what happened to that gradient. It's like, maybe I accidentally deleted it or something. So it's somewhere in here. Just looks like that one is so much punchier. What's going on here? So that gradient is somewhere. I'll just keep turning things off until the gradient goes away. Here? So there's our gradient. It really is just a result of that color layer, like... Oh, I see. I think I see what happens. I think that this is supposed to be... Yeah, I think I understand. Okay. Well, we're not going to recreate exactly, but we've got a lighten layer, so I think I accidentally killed the gradient part of this entire thing. Yeah, good eye there, Saphira. Okay, cool. That absolutely gave us back what we had lost. What is going on with this water shader? Again, the water line. The water line is just looking absolutely broken. Why is it What? Sea Temple what? Oh, Sea Temple interior waterline. Okay. Sea Temple interior waterline. So we turned that ambient factor down. I don't know why it's just so changing around so much, but okay. And we definitely got to delete that volumetric light layer. It's not doing us any favors at all. I think we actually should even make this a little bit bigger even. Something more like that. Export. And then let's get rid of that fake volumetric light group. It's just doing nothing for us. Well, it's all just scaled way too. If I scale it down, it might help us, but I doubt it will help us. It's perfectly designed for the dorm hall. I'll just turn it off, keep it simple right now. I wish that this water had some more gradation going because it just doesn't look quite right. So here we've got the dorm hall pond. I'm going to duplicate that material and I'm going to go for Sea Temple Pond. Oh, you know, I have not been hearing any follow sounds. Oh, because we have 0 falls. Okay. So let's get this material, and it's not going to be Sea Temple. Well, I'll change it in the blender, so it's not dorm hall. It's now it's Sea Temple, and then I'll re-export. Okay. James Music. Thank you for the follow. Oh, 1 second, folks. Okay. I assumed so. Thank you, Saphira. No. I don't care. I was honestly just happy that I didn't miss thanking people for follows. Okay, Sea Temple Ponds. So that's not making it look any better. Let's make it look a little bit more blue and a little bit. I was going to say darker, but I'm not sure if that's helping us. There's the more green look. Here's the more blue look. I guess I'll go with the more blue look. Okay, let's just do the waterfalls. Let's move on. So we do have to have like these little spouts. So I'll just scale this down, separate it out into another object. I'll go ahead and set the origin to the selection, or set the origin to the geometry rather. And we'll just sort of squish this down, and then I'll just go to the camera view. You know what I'll also do is I'll flatten this out. I'll grab the top edge and I'll squash it down to 0. Grab the bottom edge, squash it down, right and left. And I'll just project And I'll stick it right here on this little spout. Okay. And then I'll put each spout over each spout here. I'll pop it a little bit off, and I will Alt D it so that it's an instance. And then I'll just put one over each little area here that has a spout. And then we should be able to start working on the waterfall part as well. I'll look through the camera. So from the camera's perspective, I can see that these are a little bit misaligned. I'll just align them. Not that it really matters. And they're all just a little bit big. But the nice part is I instance them, so I can just shrink them all uniformly, and now they're all a little bit smaller. Okay, now we have two spouts. So I'll go into the texture and just grab, I think it's on this one, right? No, apparently not. This one, this one, this one. Which one is it on? Here, there they are. Oh, does that come with anything else? Nope, just the spouts. So let's just get rid of those now. Okay. We do have this little hole, which I will just patch up real quick. It's hard to get the exact right value. Okay. Because we have so many other adjustments on top of it. I'll just make it really small there. Patch up that tiny little hole. I don't care if it's an exact match. Doesn't really bother me. Okay. And now we can export, and we should have those little spouts. And now if Jacqueline just draws over the one spout, then we'll get the improvement on all the spouts. Cool. And now I want to make that little waterfall river. So I'm going to go to the Great Hall because I know that there's the perfect little spout in there. Wombat, thank you for the follow. That's also James. Here we go. This is what I want. I want these. So this has everything I need in it, actually. And is it already mirrored? It's already mirrored. Cool. So this should make things relatively easy. It's cylinder 14. So let's head over the C temple interior and let's append from the, let's go up a level from the Great Hall. Cylinder 14. Objects. Cylinder .004. Oops. .014. There we go. So that's in here somewhere. There it is. It's facing the wrong way. I'll rotate it 180 degrees. And we should be rolling here. We don't need all this stuff. We just need this stuff. So I'll Control L, just make sure I'm getting everything here. And then I'll invert and delete all the rest. We don't need anything else. And looking at so we have Great Hall River. So we're going to need a version off the material, but that's okay. I'm pretty sure we're going to want one. So we're going to want a material of our own here. So Great Hall River, it's going to be, instead of Great Hall River, it's going to be Sea Temple River. So let's go Great Hall River, and I'll just duplicate that and we'll call it Sea Temple River. Interior Sure says, got a new TV, had to put the stream to test it out. Oh, well, thank you. Glad to be your inaugural TV test. Christopon says, I love how modular everything is. It's actually not modular at all. I'm just kind of pillaging parts, just sticking them in. There's no modularity at all. I just remember, oh, we had something just like that in this other part. And then I just go and pillage it and grab it and stick it in and then change it. It's like, I'm actually very non-modular. I'm sort of a non-modular advocate. I feel like making everything modular takes a lot of time and actually gives you negative rewards because it just sort of pigeonholes you into one particular look and it makes everything look the same. I've never seen a modular set that like gave you really any true variety. It's always like, oh, you could make 20,000, dwarven ruins out of this. It's so, there's so much variety, like you can get so much out of it, but you can't because it all feels exactly like the same dwarven ruin. And if you just made 3 completely different dwarven ruins with 0 modularity in mind, I feel like they'd all be way more unique. But that's just my opinion, at least for our games. For the kind of games we make, we don't need 20,000 versions of anything. So, or even 10 versions of anything. So every single thing we make, every single thing in Glimmerwick and in Eastshade for that matter, is almost entirely unique all the time. But we also take like 5 to 7 years to make a game, so. But we are pretty efficient. We are a very small team, so I think we actually are very efficient. The size of games we make compared to the production cost is actually quite good. This is called Sea Temple River. Although if I'm to listen to my YouTube comments, we're actually incredibly wasteful and inefficient. Yeah, Sea Temple River. Let's copy that name, and then I don't think we need a mirror for it. But to be fair, I kind of invite that when with the kind of the thumbnail name that I made for our last YouTube video. So I knew people would talk shit. But that's okay. It was still a good name. Still an accurate name for the video. Okay, so here we go. I'm just going to delete. I don't think we need any of this back here. That was just for the little water chute that comes out. And I'm just going to scale this down quite a bit. And I'll grab all of the verts up here and I'll just move them up. Potentially under this water spout. I'll just shove them under this water spout. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, let's just export it. Just see how it looks right away. Yeah. That's kind of the way. I mean, I like to make accurate thumbnail titles, and I do think that our I don't what even was it? Let me see. I try to figure out accurate thumbnail titles that that are still, interesting and invokes curiosity. So this is our latest video. My wife and I spent all our money making an indie game, and then it says 7 years in development. We spent millions, and I was really happy with the thumbnail and the title because it's so incredibly honest. Like the picture of us here as a couple in the foreground with the money burning in the background, it looks a little sensational, but it's not. Like that is actually how we feel. We're all smiling and like everything's fine, but we spent so much money making this game, like of our personal wealth, and it's extraordinarily terrifying. But here we are smiling, making our game, being like, we're making a video game. So it's very accurate. And of course, this is very accurate too. We literally did this. So the thumbnail is incredibly honest and incredibly accurate, and it's what the video is about, but it also invokes a little bit of curiosity, because it's just like, what? Like, you know, if I was talking to someone in a conversation, like this would be the interesting part of the conversation people would ask about. So that's what I try to make with the thumbnails. But then when you make a thumbnail and title like this, it kind of sort of invites everyone to criticize, you know, their little peanut gallery comments, which I knew would happen. And yeah, that's exactly right. Hey, Nani is just like, all right, well, you can engage if you want. It's not rage bait per se, because it's true, but I also know that, you know, people like to criticize, and it's good for the algorithm. Is it good for my mental health? No, but it is good for the algorithm. My household loved that video. All right, rock on. Glad to hear it. YouTube commenters are the biggest experts in your field. Well said, Wombat. Well said. Yeah, it is actually unbelievable how many experts there are on YouTube. It's like the world is just overflowing with well-qualified experts in so many different categories, right? That's why we get so many of these extremely, you know, intelligent YouTube comments from people who just really have a deep knowledge of the topic at hand. They're very data oriented. You know, they have a lifetime of knowledge in the career, and so they make these expert comments. It's just so lovely to hear from them. Yeah. Okay, hopefully now that I've actually parented this thing. Oh, no, I didn't. Let me make sure to parent this and then save this, export. Now it'll actually go in. We'll be able to see what it looks like. Yeah, that's right. You sort of get the engagement and then get the wish list. Although that video did not do well, which really surprised me. I thought, it just goes to show I have really absolutely no idea what works on YouTube. I guess not no idea, because our stuff does okay. So I have some idea, but not that much idea. Because I really thought that thumbnail, I didn't think it was going to go viral like our post-mortem video, but I thought that it was enough. I thought, like, okay, this invokes enough curiosity that this is going to get a couple 100,000 views. But no, not even close. And I knew that there was a little bit of risk with it being completely unrelatable to people, because most people don't have millions of dollars. Most people, you know, perhaps don't want to hear about people who, you know, have spent millions of dollars. But I thought that there would be enough curiosity and there was enough personal, you know, enough personal divulging there that people would be like, what's this all about? But I was wrong, because it only got like 30,000 views, which again is all right. So there was some curiosity, but not very much. Still better than nothing for our demo launch. So looking at the concept, I need to undo all of the damage I did here. I'm just going to reopen this C temple. Oh, I'm going to exit out, say no, I don't want to save, and then I'm going to reopen the C temple interior. James says, in the singing industry, it's always the person who studied classical singing and has never stood on stage and performed in their life pretending to be an expert, isn't it? Yeah, totally. That is true. Hey, Nani says, no one knows what works on that platform. Some people do. Some people do, but I do not. At least some people have a much better idea of what will work. And maybe they're a little surprised when you know, their video gets 1 million views when they thought it would get 10 million views, but they know a lot better than me. The algorithm is so inconsistent. It probably isn't, but it just feels that way, I guess. I think it's just hard to know what people will be interested in. So in Jacqueline's concept, the spouts get really small at the top, and I think that's probably the right thing to do. So I'm going to just make these spouts really tiny at the top. Maybe we don't even need, actually, I'll just get rid of this edge loop. And then we'll make the spouts get really tiny at the top. And then shrink this down. And I think for this right here in the middle, I think we can just scale it down so much so that we just get the white foam, mostly just white foam on the sides. I think that would be fine. How does that look? Also, the value is far too bright, as you can see. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And now, oh, we also have the bottom just sort of poking through. We don't really want that. I cannot believe that the water line is still looks so dark to me, and I don't understand why we're just going back and forth over and over again on it. Don't know what the trick is. Starlight asks if I have any tips for Blender Unity pipeline. I have my own exporter, which does a number of things that I can't live without. So I don't have any general tips. I don't know what the export pipeline looks like nowadays. I haven't used it for years because I use my own exporter. I just like to have I like to use dummy parents, dummy objects in Blender as my sort of parent, so that I can have multiple things exporting out of the file. And I really don't like how when you export, by default, it keeps all your objects separated and stuff. I really can't work like that, and I don't understand how people do. When I export, I need it to combine everything down as far as it can to consolidate draw calls, and I need to keep my working objects separate. It's kind of like in Photoshop, like it's as if when you saved a PSD in Unity, it's as if it like kept all your layers as separate textures or something. That's how it feels for me. So that's why I had to write my own exporter. But I at one point posted, like I've shared it before, but I don't want to maintain it or anything. So I don't want to like work on it, and I don't want people like asking me about like why this thing doesn't work. I just can't for that. It doesn't give me anything to do that. And I know it's also very fringe. It's not what most people want. So like, and especially because most people are like hobbyists, they wouldn't really find my particular exporter very useful. So it's just not worth it to maintain. Just going to push this back so that it's closer to the wall and maybe float it a little so it just kind of lines up better with the floor there. Now I'm going to take a look at that material and why it's so darn bright. That's looking a lot better. And let's take a look at the, should be Sea Temple River. Yeah, there we go. And we should be able to make it a little bit darker. Although now it just looks really weird and kind of gray. That looks a little bit better. We really want that to match very closely to the water line. That will make it look correct, I think. Okay. Hey, Nanani says the algorithm now is shorts, shorts, and more shorts. It definitely does push shorts a lot, but actually shorts are, we've tried a couple shorts. Shorts are even more mysterious to me. I'm really just not, it's just not my format, and I don't consume it at all. So it's kind of annoying how everything is always, it's just like there's so many different formats now for content, and if you don't know the format, then, and you don't know what works well, and each one is like its own completely new skill set on how, on what's going to sell. And it's kind of like, it's almost kind of like Steam itself is its own like format. And I'm really good at that one. It just works well for me for a variety of reasons. So that's good, because that's what we do. We make video games. So I feel like I have a pretty good idea for what people want on Steam, but I am pretty lost when it comes to especially shorts. TikTok and YouTube shorts are completely mysterious to me. What makes a short go viral seems almost completely random to me. And even to the point where, like, at least with YouTube videos, like I can completely observe my own curiosity about a thumbnail, and I can completely observe my own like, I can tell how sticky a video is while I'm watching it. And even if it's not my cup of tea, I can tell why people would be stuck to it. So all that makes complete sense to me. And, you know, the sort of ebb and flow of the video and the hook at the beginning and the sort of curiosity gap and everything, all that stuff makes complete sense to me in a YouTube video. So I sort of understand that platform. I admitted before, not very well, because our videos, you know, we don't get millions of views. We've had one video that has millions of views, and we have most of our videos have tens of thousands, and a handful of them have over 100,000. But if I really understood it better, then, you know, all our videos would have more views. Although I think our topic is quite niche as well, because it's like, you know, it's really gnarly game dev. It doesn't appeal to beginners at all. It sort of is stuck in between entertainment and education, which seems to me kind of a bad place to be on YouTube. It's kind of like a behind the scenes look, and it's not necessarily developer facing, but not necessarily perfectly gamer facing either. And I'm very aware of all those problems, and I just don't, you know, I don't work on our YouTube channel that much, because I'd much rather work on our games, and we're a lot better at making games, and we make a lot more money making games. So that's why we focus on our games. But the format of shorts is complete black box to me. I do not even remotely understand when I see a short that has like 10 million views. I'm like, why the F does this have 10 million? Like, I don't understand the curiosity gap. I'm not interested in it. I don't understand why people would stay for the video. I don't understand what criteria the algorithm is using to say that this one matters. It seems completely random. And again, I know it's not, because there are creators out there who have figured it out. But I do not even slightly understand it. Very frustrating. I'm using Unity's blend importer, but there's so many weird, annoying edge cases. Yeah, there really are really weird things about it. I found like the rotations were wrong and stuff when they came in. All sorts of weird stuff. Get Fluffed 11, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems kind of ridiculous that I have to write an exporter for... I mean, I don't have to write an exporter for Unreal. I didn't have to write one for CryEngine. It had one that I felt was reasonable for production. But it didn't seem to me like Unity's was built for someone who is doing production. It's like, it's sort of everything I know about an exporter. It didn't do it any of the ways that I'm used to from my, you know, years working in video games. I think it's completely crazy that it dumps your entire blend file into the scene, like in separate objects and all that. It completely is nuts to me. I don't know how people work like that. I really don't. Okay, there we go. So we've got all the different spouts now dropping their water. And we should have the sound. It still looks a little bright, but let's ignore what it looks like here, and let's pay more attention to what it looks like when you actually play the game. Okay. Oh man, come on, just go inside, please. Okay. All right. So it's all pretty bright. I do want to make these little splashes smaller. We need some splashes radiating out. It's okay. It's just okay. This water line is huge. I think it should be a little bit thinner. Let's do that right now. Oh yeah, and I hated the song. I don't think the song is right at all for this temple. Potentially just no sound, I guess. Yeah, it's crazy how far you can zoom in. It's just really blurry. It's almost like for how big it is, it should be an 8192. I think I will make the temple a little bit smaller. Yeah, I'll make it a little bit smaller. That should help. Mare Wild Mansion is the VIP of your streams. Yeah, because we're always using it to go into the different interiors. Yeah, it definitely does things in a really weird way that I don't like. Let's go see temple interior. Okay, and just make this thing a bit smaller. Let's go like 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. And now the camera is going to get a little bit messed up. So let me turn on the Sea Temple interior here, and then look through the camera. And let's just adjust the camera here. It's going to be a lot easier. I guess we could go field of view, maybe 4, and then move this in. There we go. Yeah, something like that. Make it a little bit smaller on the screen. Okay, let's apply. And it does also seem like the Sea Temple Pond or the Sea Temple River can be a little bit more in the blue direction to color match. I also think that these splashes maybe should be a little bit smaller. So I'm just going to grab them and just shrink them down. I don't know, maybe to like 0.8, what they are, just a little bit smaller. They're just a little bit massive. We also need some like waves radiating out from those. Let's turn this off. I know we should have some like maybe by the Sea Temple itself in the exterior. Here we go, Sea Temple LD0. We should have some like little waves, little like ripples. Radial ripple, I'll copy that. Then we'll go into the Sea Temple interior. Okay. And I will paste it inside of the render mesh as a child of the render mesh, just because we seem to be changing the scale of the render mesh a bit. There we go. That's going to be Got some rotation. Oh, it was already completely flat. Okay, so that's fine. There we go. We'll put one over here, and I'll rotate it. Well, you know, I'll actually put one over here. We'll duplicate this, and I'm pretty sure we have a different mesh we can use, radial ripple. What? Ah, there we go. Okay, so got a couple different ones we can use. Don't we have something else like radial ripples? Radial ripples 2. Got radial ripples 1 pond. That one's even brighter. Radial ripples 1. Let's do radial ripples 1. There. Now we should have a couple different varieties. This one seems a little big for whatever reason. Let me just scale it down. Also seems a little bit slow and bright. Yeah, these are slow and bright. I think I'm going to need to version them off, so sad but true. So we've got radial ripples 1, which I'll just copy that and say radial ripples 1. Radial ripples 1 C temple. Oops. C temple interior. Then we should have like a radial ripples 2. No, we literally don't. But I'll just version this one off. Radial ripples 2. C temple interior. Okay. So here we'll get the radial ripples 2. All the ones with radial ripples 2 we'll replace with radial ripples 2 C temple interior. And the difference here is we're going to have a much higher scroll speed because this is a much smaller scale thing and it's like coming down, the water's coming down fast, so it should be more like -10. There we go. That looks much better. Now I'm going to take some of the color out, push it a little bit more in the blue direction. Perfect. Now I'll copy that and we'll grab this really slow one and we should do radial ripples 1 C temple interior. The first thing I'll do is I will paste the color so that they all look the same. And maybe it's a little fast. We'll do like -5. Maybe a little faster than that, -6. And then these other ones are kind of going crazy. Maybe that's fine. I don't know, maybe we'll have them go a little bit less crazy. Okay, I think that works. Let's see what that looks like. We've got sort of like cloud texture being reflected in the sea temple pond. I just wonder, got this main texture. I wonder if we change that to none. So here we get just a much softer look. Let's see if there's some kind of cave reflections. I think that maybe works a little bit better. Just a slightly cleaner look to the water there. I think looks nicer. Yeah. And there's a couple other reflection textures we could use as well. Like we've got the swamp reflections. None of it seems to be doing that much. But we'll go with the cave reflections. Okay, now I can't wait to see this thing. We've made a lot of progress on it. So let's take a peek. James asks, is the Sea Temple and game content kind of like the Ice Planet in Eastshade? I don't think so. No, this is more of a, it's like part of a, well, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely part of a quest. Okay, this looks much better. Yeah, once Jacqueline draws everything, it'll definitely look a lot better. I still wonder if it's too big. Yeah, I almost don't think it needs to be this big. It's also really stressing the texture resolution. All right, so let's go Sea Temple. And then I'm going to scale it down just one last time. We'll scale it down to 2. Okay. So we've scaled it down, and now I just need to move the entry over here. And we've got our... So our camera is going to need to be redone as well. Let's make sure the audio is sort of in the center here. Dual day night lights. Let's just delete that. We don't need that. Dust effects. I don't know. Let's just delete it. Keep it simple here. The caustic cones we'll definitely take a look at. Oh yeah, we also wanted to reduce the brightness in here. If we do use the volumetric light, I think that we want to just remove the brighter ones, or at least if we do have a brighter one, which is fine. We just don't really want a warm one. We want more of a sort of misty one. Actually, you know what might be better? Let's just remove... Well, we got these dark ones we could put in the corners. I don't know, maybe they look good. It's hard to tell. I'll put them just for a little bit of added texture. But we can't make them too big. Okay, let's delete some of these other weird ones that are at weird angles. Oh, those are the ones we put on the corners. Maybe those would be fine. But we definitely don't want random ones out here on the sides. We have mountains, haze. Yeah, that's going to look nice. That's going to look nice. If we do anything, then it should be something like this. Okay. We'll save that. And then we have one more dark. That's fine. We'll leave that in there just for a little bit more texture. I'll scale it down. And yeah, that's something sensible. Let's find those caustic cones and try to move them. It's really hard to tell what they're even doing. I don't know why they don't show up. We should already be seeing them, but I can't see them. Why? Why can't we see them? Oh, okay. I see. So they're coming from up above. So there we go. There we go. This is actually going to add a lot of texture to the water. So I'll rotate. I really want to rotate from in between both of them. There we go. Now it's a little bit easier to see what's going on. So rotate them here. There we go. This is going to be nice. Guys, it's hard to see because it's pretty subtle. And maybe we want to make it a little less subtle, but ooh, why do these have... So that is what it looks like when we really turn it up. We're not going to turn it up that much, but it does make it a lot easier to see what we're doing here. So these are the caustics. Yeah. And we had them at 0.8 before. We'll keep them at 1, which is pretty subdued. And we can maybe find, we got another caustic here. So this one's pointing completely in the wrong direction. But I do think it would be nice to have some on the ceiling as well. But maybe that's a little bit ridiculous. I don't know. This one really seems subtle. And then we'll put another one over here. So this one's pointing down. We're going to have it pointing out. There we go. So it's just pointing at that corner. And if I turn it up, it becomes a little bit easier to see what's going on. And that'll move it away from that wall. I'll move it away from the wall and I will reduce the cone. So it's a very wide cone right now. Let's just go like 90. Okay, that's a lot of stuff going on. And I'll give it a save. I hope those caustics are going to be visible. Let's see how it looks. Excited to try it. E-Shade's not a no combat game because you can get punched in the face. Oh dear. Yeah. Starlight says, earlier you mentioned that you could add a small mesh to cover the clipped off circle. These are the kinds of things I find myself spending way too much time on. Hey Warka, good to see you. Okay, so those caustics are pretty subtle. But I think they're effective. Yeah. I don't know what happened here, but we definitely want to be more zoomed in than this. We don't want to be able to zoom out that far. So we're going to keep it like to right here. So I need to adjust that camera. Yeah, the mesh would be really easy to cover up that little thing. I can show you. The water is a little bit lackluster, but maybe I shouldn't spend any more time on it. I think that the statues are going to be the star of the scene. I think this fog should be pushed up a little bit. So I do want to push up that fog. And yeah, I guess we'll see what Jacqueline has to say about the scene. James says, you know the kid who thinks he can fly in Lindau? I can glitch the game and push him off the roof with a box. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. It's going to be hard because you're going to have to get him to go off the nav mesh. And I don't think that those NPCs are pushy. Like, I don't think you can push them at all. But if anyone can do it, it would be you, Wombat. Okay, so it is maybe a little dark in there. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it now. So many options. Yeah, the caustics look okay. Obviously, it's the statues are the stars, like I said. So these are the statues. They are going to make the scene come together. We shrunk everything down a little bit. So what did I want to do? Oh yeah, I hate the music. I'd rather have no music than that song. So I don't know what we'd play in there, but if it's not that, right, we need the camera. That's what I wanted to look at, how the camera's composed in there. We don't want to ever see the top. So we want to make sure that we've got a tighter field of view on here. So let's check out the camera magnet. Oh yeah. Here, we'll work just in the main scene. There we go. And I just want to reduce the Z to like maybe 380, and then we'll lower our main camera here. Seems like we might even be able to get away with getting closer, 360. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Oops, wow, that makes a big difference. Just a couple meters makes a huge difference. Okay, I think that's good. And then we'll apply that change. It looks okay. It looks all right. Something about the water value, like I'm not completely pleased with. Let's try Sea Temple Pond. Choco Ted says, are you hyped for GTA 6? I've never played a GTA in my life. So I would have to say no. It's just they're not my kind of game. As you might imagine, someone who started a video game studio dedicated to making non-violent game worlds. Although I will admit that they are definitely like virtual worlds. They're very much place first sort of games. So in that sense, they are my type of game. But I don't know, like, I guess the core fantasy of the game, which is just sort of like being a gangster and being naughty and stuff, does not appeal to me personally. I can see why it appeals to a lot of people, but not my cup. Yeah, no matter what color I do, it's not really changing the overall read that much. So I'll just sort of leave it where it was. It's probably for the best. Glimmerwick Theft Auto 6. Yeah, the core concept of the game, I guess, in the sort of everything game, you can do anything and everything in this like big game world. I can see why that is very interesting to people, but the fundamental fantasy of the game, I guess also the world that it is, the environment that it is, which is literally just our world, the modern day, you know, urban environment, does not appeal to me that much either. I guess I'm too much of a nerd or something. I want to go somewhere like, I don't know. I want to go somewhere more whimsical. Or a little bit more adventurous feeling, like somewhere more far away. Okay, we will apply the changes to that. Oh, I didn't even make any changes to that. All right, I guess we'll go in one final time, and then I think I will maybe start winding down. Choco Ted says, I've never heard of any dev that never played any GTA. GTA is always the next gen version of the games that all the devs try to achieve. I think that's a very narrow view of gaming. It's like a tiny little sliver. It's kind of like saying, I don't know, you think Italian food is the ultimate vision for that every restaurant is trying to achieve. It's very small sliver of the total gaming world. But yeah, lots of devs haven't played. I mean, I've played a GTA in the sense that like I've, you know, I've like played it on a friend's system or something for a few minutes, but I've never purchased a GTA and poured a bunch of hours into a GTA. But yeah, the world of gaming is vast. Very big. There's a lot of different games out there for a lot of different kinds of people. I don't really like how we're getting the water line on the top of this, so I think I'm going to remove that. But I think that that's starting to shape up. I'm starting to get a little bit more happy with this. Let's take a look at the portal that allows you to leave. And that'd be cool if we could sort of make sure that's all working. Oh, the way we design this, it seems like it's not going to be super easy to get the water line to remove there. So you know what? I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'll just leave it. Gotcha, Lord Matri. Yeah, technical achievements, but not interested in playing it. Yeah, we usually get a few GDC talks out of GTA. East Shade is like GTA. You can ride carts, get in punch-ups, fly around, do psychedelics. I guess when you put it that way. Chained Together. No, I haven't played that one. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, Saphira. I'm actually not really a cozy vibe gamer either. I don't play a lot of cozy games. I did play Doraemon Story of Seasons just because I wanted to see what a sort of modern, you know, not basic, but I guess like middle of the, what do we call it? Story of Seasons. It's like a, you know, it's a Story of Seasons game. It's like the franchise for farming sims. So I did play it because I kind of wanted to see what that was all about. I really wasn't impressed with it. I really didn't like the game, and it sort of made me feel a little bummed out almost that like it really solidified my sort of distaste for farming sims. And I did eventually come to realize it's not really the farming loop that sort of makes my eyes glaze over with farming sims. It's really a lot of the conceits of the farming sim genre. And I'm happy to say that we didn't really take a page out of their books, so to speak, with the way that our game is constructed. But there's a lot of things about Doraemon Story of Seasons that just really, it's a meat grinder is what that game is. It's an absolute meat grinder for people who really just love the sort of time wasting repetitive loop, which is absolutely not what I like as a gamer, and it's not what we were trying to make with Glimmerwick. I think some people will come to Glimmerwick looking for it, and they'll be upset when they don't find it, but that's okay. I mean, your game can't be for everyone. It can only be, I think ideally it's for you, right? That's I think the best games are made by people who are just really passionate to make some particular thing that they personally like, and hopefully it has broad appeal that other people will like it too. But yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a cozy vibe gamer. I mean, my favorite game of all time is Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I'm really a gamer who likes to go somewhere. I like to go places, like somewhere with a strong sense of place and a sort of virtual world. I like to feel like a virtual tourist, which is, I think, why GTA is actually not that far from the kinds of things that I'm interested in. But like I said, the core fantasy of the game is not particularly appealing to me. I played Red Dead Redemption, for instance. That's a sort of similar game where you're sort of being a brat and you're being an outlaw, and but I guess the core fantasy was more appealing to me because I'm going somewhere, you know, I'm going to the Wild West. I feel like maybe it is just the environment itself that appeals to me more. Okay, let's see. So we went in one final time, and yeah, I'm pleased with that. What else did I want to do? We set up the camera. Oh, right. I wanted to make sure that we can actually like use this thing. So let's go to our ocean start settings to raise the temple and head in there and make sure that that works. Played the demo, but never ever touched it again. Doraemon. Doraemon is a very beautiful looking game and a very unique looking game too. It looks like one big watercolor painting. But the world feels a little bit small. It doesn't feel like very much like exploring a big place. It feels more like here's your little garden to sort of grind up your little progress things. Let's see, let's catch up. I missed a few messages way back. Luma Island, Lens Island, Songs of Glimmerwick, rock on, rock on. Though with what the talk lines were like at the most recent GDC, what were the talk lines like? I shudder at the thought of what the lines will be like for GTA 6 talks. Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe I didn't pay enough attention. I have played Stardew Valley, and I played Stardew Valley for about 20 hours. I believe I got to the second, what is it, spring? What comes after spring, summer? I got to summer, and then I was done with Stardew. That was it for me. Choco Ted says, I played the demo. Oh, right. Okay, now I'm getting back up to Skyrim is my favorite game. Awesome, awesome. What's that online game that generates more planet stars? Oh, you're thinking of what is the new Elder Scrolls game? Why can't I remember? Or not the new Bethesda game. I sound like an idiot. Right. Starfield, that's what I'm trying to think of. Wow. What is wrong with my brain? This is what having 2 children will do to you. I played a bit of that. I played Dordogne a few years ago. Yeah, Dordogne is a very beautiful looking game. Okay, so we need collision too. Let's whip up the collision. Should be so easy. Let's just whip up the collision real quick. Just want to whip up all the things. I don't want to leave too much for later. There's no later anymore. It's time to ship. Shipping is now. I liked Minecraft a lot. Probably put like maybe 100 hours into Minecraft, particularly with, I enjoyed playing it with my wife. Yeah, we really liked Minecraft for a while there. I'm not like a Minecraft lifestyler, but we enjoyed Minecraft. A Loner Wolf says, I really liked Avowed. I started playing that. I enjoyed that as well. I thought it was interesting. Actually, I think I've talked about Avowed on this stream before. I was trying to figure out, with Avowed particularly, I was trying to figure out what it exactly was about that game that made me feel like it's like such an interesting game because it's like so close in a sense, but somehow missing something. And I was a little bit sad with myself that I couldn't quite identify what it was. I had a list of ideas, but as an exercise, I wanted to be able to identify what exactly about Avowed is missing. And many people seem to feel that way, and I certainly felt that way as well. But it didn't seem to be one particular thing that was like, oh, well, this part of it is not good. It seemed to be a sort of plethora of little things I felt that were not quite hitting at a high enough level. When I say high enough level, I meant it's like so close to being really something special, but wasn't. But of course, it is hitting at a very, 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 very high level, and that's why, that's why millions and millions and millions of people bought it. Don't want to make it sound like I thought that game was like mediocre in any way. I was just trying to figure out what it would take to get it to the next level, because I do feel like it, with all the things that the game had on paper, and as big as the world was and as much production muscle went into the world and everything, I couldn't help but feel a little bit underwhelmed, because it is sort of really in many ways my dream game, but it didn't feel like that playing it. Because a lot of the things that other people don't care about, like sort of lack of the more immersive systems that some of the like Elder Scrolls games have, the fact that you can steal everything and all that stuff doesn't matter to me too much. So I was wondering why I didn't feel quite like it was very special. And I felt like it ended up coming down to the world and the maps and really the environment art. As trivial as it sounds, I felt like the world was sort of lacking in many ways. Okay, so here we go with the fizz. Let's export this fizz. It should be fairly simple fizz. And we'll stick that on there. Let me catch up with chat. Other favorites besides Oblivion. Oh, favorite games other than Oblivion. Final Fantasy IX, I'd say, is probably in my top 3. What else? What else is up there? Dragon Quest 11, definitely for me. It's a very special game, and now it's one I played somewhat recently too. Like, I think I even played it after Ollie was born, so that one is really recent. I have not played Crimson Desert. I'm not really an MMO guy myself. I do like Beautiful Worlds. I like, Christopan says, I like when games let me sit wherever I want. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that for sure. Lord Matri says, I do love me a mediocre game, to be honest. That's wonderful. That is wonderful. It's a sad place to be when your standards are so high that you can't enjoy something that's just, really solid, which is like what Avowed is, it's like, it's very, very high effort in many ways. It had a big production budget, so that helps. Saphir says, was it kind of empty? Like a lot of space and not a lot to do or encounter? I do think it had enough to do. But I do think that the sort of quests in the game were a bit too templatey, and not really enough, like truly unique ideas. I have to imagine they maybe prioritized scope a little bit. And this is really a big problem with modern AAA games in general. Everyone is obsessed with scope, and players are obsessed with scope. At least they think they're obsessed with scope. And so, I think everyone is trying to officially hit the sort of scope benchmarks, but it leads to a lot of templatey sort of quests. Maybe that was it, but I don't know. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe if it was denser, but I didn't feel like the quests were, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to bore everyone with some Avowed unpacking. One of the reasons I bought East Shade was because it reminded me of Morrowind. Yeah, I think that's a lot of people feel that way. Oh, cool. Glad to hear you like FF9. Yeah, it seems almost like a cult classic, one of the lesser played Final Fantasies. Yeah, I think that Skyrim is extremely dense in the best ways, and it seems like it's a very hand-authored world, and you really feel that. Skyrim is like a grand garden, and I like that a lot. Everything is hitting at a very high level, and the world itself is very, very good. Yeah, for sure. That's always the best. No fast travel. Oh, I haven't played Rogue Galaxy. Mirror's Edge Catalyst. Yeah, that really is at least critically a mediocre game. That's good though. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of games like that got like a 7, but you know, for the right audience, they were just right. That's the thing about games, right? They're fairly subjective, so I'm sure there's a game like that for me that I felt like was like a 9, but other people thought was a 7. Joko Ted says, which type of game you are making, like which game is similar to your game? Honestly, I don't really think there's a lot of games very similar to Songs of Glimmerwick. That's one of the nice parts, I think. It's a very interesting mix of game verbs. I don't think that there's necessarily anything immediately like it. I almost think it is closer to an Elder Scrolls game than a lot of other farming sims. Like, there's no way after playing Glimmerwick anyone would think it's like, oh, Stardew Valley, it's like that. It's not. It doesn't feel like that. It feels more like an RPG, I think. And certainly the questing, the kinds of quests that we have in the quest structure, extremely Elder Scrollsy. And all of our games are always going to be like that. Nice FF9 strategy guide. That's fun. Gotcha. That's great. I love that. Okay, so let's check out that Sea Temple interior. And let's check out this. Here we go with the, come on now. The exit to the exterior we'll just put right here. Make sure that it's sort of rotated. Just right there. And should already go, it's not between, it's to exterior world. And the from world name is, it has no from world name because it's from the exterior world. Wait a minute. Portal type is from exterior world. It should be to exterior world, right? The from world name should be this one. Wait, what am I talking about? Let me let me make sense of. I feel like my brain is getting a little bit fried. I think I've probably been streaming for too long. If we're talking for too long, sometimes fries my brain a little bit. Let's go Great Hall interior. Open prefab. James says, haven't seen anything like Glimmerwick. Okay, that's good to hear. Making a game similar to Chained Together, but with very different systems. So that sounds cool. What is Chained Together again? Chained Together. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I'm just looking at pictures of it. Very cool. Like a co-op game. James says, I feel you seem a new friend slop game weekly, kind of over the genre. Yeah, I wonder how long the friend slop thing is going to last. Maybe forever. Maybe for just co-op is just big now. Definitely could be the case. Okay, so what I want is the trigger portal to main. So it is to exterior world, and the from world name is the current name that we're in. So let's do Sea Temple interior. And then I'll copy the name of that. Okay. From world name, there we paste that in. To exterior world. We don't have a close sound. Entry point index. Oh, I didn't look at that. Let's go back to the Great Hall. Actually, maybe if we copy the settings. Great Hall interior. Open prefab. Copy components. It's -1, 0, -1. Seems like that's all we need to do. -1, 0, -1. So let's go back to C temple. -1, 0. It's -1, 0, -1. Okay, cool. Let's save that. I think that should work now, hopefully. Then the only other thing, I just wanted to give a little bit more space on that collision to just walk a little bit further there. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Let's change to the C temple, start settings, and then we should be able to raise that thing. Oh, the other thing I need to do is actually set the C temple to go to our new C temple interior. Here we go. And let's check the rises group. We've got our trigger portal and it's from exterior worlds and we got to do C temple interior. There we go. Perfect. And I'll give that a save. Lord Matri says something back in my day friends thought was just split screen co-op. Yeah. Yeah, it has gotten bigger though, for sure lately. Yeah. Okay, so sorry everybody. Oh. No, I don't want to sail all the way out there. I thought I made new C temple start settings, and I thought that we had the player starting way out. Huh. Oh, temple raiser start settings. I think that these are the ones we want. Let's see. Do we have a start? No, it doesn't say use start position, so I think we're just gonna have to place our player way out here to test this. So let's get it close to that dark water. Let's find the dark water. Where is the dark water? Oh man, where's the dark water? Should be somewhere over here, right? Let's see, dark water. Where's the dark water? Right here. Oh, we're way off. There's our player. Oh, well, we're not that far off. Okay. Somewhere around here is the dark water, right? There. Okay, we're almost right on top of it. Let's go. All right. Perfect. We still got the game in German. I'll maybe change it to English. Okay. And this should be the hymns abyss. Cool. Wow, that looks cooler than I even remember it. Awesome. That's awesome. Sweet. Head up here. Very cool. And I think that the scale is about right. Maybe a little bit big even, honestly. Oh, okay, that didn't work. All right, we're gonna have to fix that. In the demo, the boat disappears when you place it. That's interesting. Thank you, Novarex. I've got to say that it's mostly my wife's. She does all the illustrations. So let's see exactly why we can't leave this place. Another thing I noticed is the collision. We need to add a mesh collider. And then we need to add stone material. And then we need to add our actual sea temple fizz. There we go. And now we can get rid of that cube. We don't need that anymore. So what is going on with the sea temple? Oh, I know what happened. We don't actually have a... We don't actually have like a exit portal, I think. Let's see, specific exterior location. I bet that is what we need to do. So let's look at the Great Hall. And let's check. I think, whoops, let's revert that. Revert, open prefab. Yeah, you had this issue, James. Krista Pan, yes, you can jam on your instruments. I'll jam on it as soon as I test this. Oh, it doesn't have a specific exterior location, which is interesting. I wonder why. I wonder what we did wrong here. Very unusual. Well, like it should just remember. Should just remember. Entry point index is 1, specific exterior location. I don't know. Anyway, I guess I'll just go get a specific exterior location. I know that that will work, but I don't know why leaving this interior is creating an issue. But I know that if we went and got this right here, outside shed, like we could copy this, move it over here to the temple. It's actually going to be a little bit tricky to figure out where. Got the pivot. Let's go local. There we go. So it should be somewhere right here, but we need to actually play the animation first. Maybe we'll... We've got to turn on the viz in order to even see what we're doing, and I hope that the viz is going to be enough. Oh my god, okay. C temple VC, that's not what we want. Here's the rises, that's not what we want. Here it is. Okay. Now oh my god. Oh, I thought we had almost nailed it, but no, not even close. Okay. So it should be somewhere in here. I don't know why it's floating like that. I guess this thing doesn't have collision, but we just want it to be right here, right at the mouth here. And we don't have any nav mesh, so we'll see what happens, but I'm just going to set it right here. It's not outside shed, it's like outside sea temple. And I'll just use that exact one, and then we'll turn off the viz, and then we'll save everything. Then we'll go to the sea temple interior. Always good to take a day off, Navarex. I look forward to when I take a day off sometime, eventually. Maybe in 2027. And that I have 2 kids. Speaking of which, I should probably be done now. But just want to get this working. Sea temple to exterior. So I will use specific exterior location, and I'll paste that in. I don't know why it's not remembering. Oops, I should not have turned on autosave. Okay, back up. And then I'll go over to here. I'll see if there's something about this portal that I'm doing wrong. So here's a university entry. It says from exterior worlds. There's nothing really special about this. I don't really know what I'm doing wrong here. And then I'll go over here and let's go like temple. Sea temple to exterior. Oh, that doesn't seem right. Oh, that wasn't the one I want. Okay, deep dark water patch. Let's go there and then find our sea temple. Here's our portal, trigger portal. Okay, it's from exterior world. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know why it doesn't store the location, but it doesn't. Let's see if this works now. I don't think it will. I think that there's some other issue. If there is some other issue, I'm just gonna have to call it because my brain is completely fried. I hope I can rejuvenate because I still have to work a lot today. I have to work like probably, this is a special day. I have to work like 3 work days today. So, right, I think it's like, there we go. To exterior world. It should be from exterior worlds. This sea temple. So this one is from exterior world. So that works. Cool. And this collision works. It's great. Okay. So that did actually end up working. That's weird that it plays overworld music because we're just going to get in our boat and then overworld music is going to stop. So I don't know about that. That seems a little strange, but it was okay. Is it not to exterior world? It should be exactly whatever the Great Hall is. So looking at Sea Temple to exterior, it is to exterior world. Yeah, so that's marked up correctly. But for some reason, yeah, I don't know. For some reason, wasn't working. It was working now that I put a custom exterior location. I don't know why I have to do that. It's very weird, but it seems to be working. So I guess I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. And I think with that, I think I'm going to call it a stream. Yeah. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. If you're new to the stream, please check out our game. It's called Songs of Glimmerwick. It's a Witch Academy RPG where the magic of the world is music. You can play the demo now on Steam. The demo is available. It's free. You should play it. Try it. See if it's your cup of tea. And if it is, then don't forget to give us a wish list. Then you can be reminded when the game comes out. And potentially, you know, if it's your cup of tea and the reviews are good and you enjoyed the demo, then maybe purchase it. And that would mean the world to us. Okay. All right, folks. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Safira, for stopping by. And thanks to everyone. And hopefully I'll catch some of y'all next time. All right. Bye-bye.